Good morning. It's 9:01 and we'll be bringing this meeting to order. I just want to remind everybody that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection Act, FOIP 41. So I'm looking for someone to adopt the agenda. Councillor Lougheed. Those in favor? That is carried. Looking at 3.1, regular council meeting minutes from December the 8th, 2020. Are there any concerns, or can I look to somebody to adopt that? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yes, I have a couple of amendments there. Looking to the notices of motion under section 12, 12.2. When I brought the discussion motions forward on December the 8th, my opening comment was that normally we would provide notice of motion on this date, December the 8th, and that the motion would actually be ready for discussion and vote on the 12th. This item 12.2 says requests council discuss the purchase of conduit, fiber and optoelectronics, not optimal, opto that is, for the final mile sufficient for the connection of 1,000 premises. This was not at some future meeting. This was January the 12th.
So is there an opportunity to perhaps go back and review the video stream and ensure correctness of that? That might be the most prudent way forward.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That will be fine. And then also, because I'm sure it was not described as some future meeting, but that would also apply to item 12.3 and item 12.4. Those are the amendments I seek.
Okay. So perhaps the easiest thing is to leave this then for now and see what we have with regard to what's on the tape and move on to the other set of meeting minutes. So I guess just to ensure that we're not missing this, does this need tabled then, or can it simply be left because it's already on the agenda? I'm looking for a little clarification. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So council could choose to table it, or if when administration has opportunity to review the tape, if it confirms as written, council could choose to pass it based on that confirmation as well. So depending how council would like to act.
Perhaps at the next meeting then? Is that what?
Or if the recording confirms the minutes as written,
Yes.
passed on that basis, and then that would allow you to sign once confirmation happened. If confirmation does not happen, then of course, we would have to come back to the next meeting.
Okay. So are we comfortable with confirm with the tape? And if it is confirmed as written, we would pass it, and otherwise it will have to come back. That's how that motion would then read for this set of minutes. Any other thoughts or comments on that? And if we're good with that, I'm looking for somebody to make that motion. Councillor Duncan?
I guess it's more up to Deputy Vandermeer if he's comfortable there. I would be comfortable either way. There's no hurry in passing these until the next meeting. The only difference is if there's any actions to be taken occur at a different time frame than it's indicated in the minutes. I'll let Deputy Vandermeer.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yes, thank you for those observations, Councillor Duncan. Yes, since it makes it quite a difference whether this is passed and we go to some future meeting or whether we address some of these issues at this meeting, that is significant. Now, the discussion of the business plan will take place later today, mostly in closed session. There's reason to do it that way because there are sensitive and commercial interests involved there that should be resolved before any publication is made. And I believe that these items that I have identified for discussion at today's meeting could be discussed relative to the communications plan, and coming out of that discussion in closed session, we could address whether some or all of these motions would be made at that time. I'd be happy with that.
Mr. Emmons, is there opportunity throughout the day, in the coming hours, for someone from staff to verify on the video of these three potential amendments? Would that be possible?
If I may, Reeve Laird, Councillor Duncan's exactly right. It's not a matter of hurry. It is truly about council's comfort. I'm hearing apprehension. I would recommend just table.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yes, I'm prepared to move to table this for discussion following our closed session.
Okay. Everybody understand we're tabling this set of meeting minutes? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. 3.2, special meeting of December the 21st. Those meeting minutes. Looking for any concerns with those meeting minutes and or if we are prepared to motion to have them approved. Councillor Swanson? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That brings us to 4.1, our first delegation, Mr. Randy Hill.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Hill. We're just going to take a moment to introduce ourselves. I'm quite confident you probably do know most of us already, but
That's okay.
we're going to start with Councillor Duncan.
Yeah.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Division 1.
Good morning, Darrell Wahid, Division 3.
Morning.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Division 4.
Morning, Joe.
Good morning, Randy.
Morning.
Cammy Laird, Division 2.
Teresa Lang, Division 5.
Morning, Tim Hoven, Division 6.
Morning.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Morning.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Morning.
Good morning, Randy. Rick Emmons, CAO.
That brings us back to you, and we're more than happy to hear your presentation.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I am not representing any of the parks in our county at all. Okay, I've taken this initiative on my own because there's a couple of things that I don't think that is fair. And what the first one I'm going to talk about is the appraisement of all the parks in the county this last year increased significantly. And one of the approaches that the appraiser has used is called the cost approach, okay? Under the Municipal Act, they're allowed to do an appraisal based on sales or the cost approach or income approach, okay? And you can use one of them or all three of them if you choose to do so. But it's not mandatory, okay? Now, it's my understanding that the mobile home parks they've included what they call the cost approach, okay? Now, the cost approach is basically what it says here. It says the cost approach is used when the property being valued is new or newly, I have to bring my glasses, sorry, in situations where few compatible sales have happened. Okay, so by using the cost approach, I just sort of related that to any other business in the county. First of all, the fact that they want to know how much money the park makes per month or per year. Really and truthfully, that's nobody's business other than the owners of the park. Okay, if they choose to rent their lots for $400 a month or $500, that's their prerogative, okay? And I'm using a total flip, but it's because of part of the reason that it's my history. I'm using it as a gravel pit, as an example, okay? The land is taxed and you guys get a royalty, I assume, on some of the aggregate that leaves the property. And some municipalities do that. I'm not sure if you guys are doing that here or not. But as an example, okay, I'm quite sure the owners of the gravel pits would be pretty upset with the county asking them to tell them exactly how much money they made out of that pit. And then that would be applied to the appraisal or assessment of the property. Okay. Now, I know under the, I think it happened this year actually, under the AMDNC, where they voted in favor of the parks having to collect property tax on each mobile home. Okay, I'm not sure, I'm not a mobile home owner. I mean, I own my mobile home, but I am not a park owner. But I would be pretty displeased with that, considering I'd have to collect all the tax, which might not be quite as simple as you well know. That's probably the reason you've changed it. But the fact is that there's a cost incurred to that. And actually, if I was a park owner, I'd be coming back and saying, okay, I will gladly do that for you, but I want to be paid. Because nobody does anything for free. But as far as the assessment goes, it was an increase of 30%. Now, it's not an apartment block. It's not living in town. They supply their own water, their own sewer. They pay their power. They pay their provincial tax. They pay their property tax to the county. The county receives tax on every mobile home in the park. especially with the way that the world is right now and what has happened with the oil industry, I greatly appreciate that you guys are looking probably for money to help offset some of that. But I think it's very inappropriate to levy all of this. Like, it isn't gonna affect anything probably till next year, because the park owners, they could not appeal this anymore this year anyway, okay? But I just wanted to make sure that this is not just thought that there's acceptance, because there isn't. And I guess that's pretty much all I got to say. I'd be glad to hear your input a little bit.
All right, looking to various councillors who may have questions or prefer some clarification from Mr. Hill. Seeing Councillor Lang would like to have a word.
Yeah, sure.
My question's probably going to go more to Murray Hagan. First of all, I want to say that an increase of 30% does seem kind of a big jump, especially in this last year. But yes, there has been changes in the way the assessments are done in trailer parks. But my question to Mr. Hagan is, these three approaches, sales, cost approach, or income approach, my understanding is that an individual or homeowner can go to the tax department and ask for a different approach. Is that right? Or maybe we should have Robin here, I'm not sure.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. The choice of assessment methodology used as permitted under the Municipal Government Act is up to the professional judgment and discretion of the assessor. The assessor uses their experience and in determining which one is more appropriate in the specific circumstances and based on what information is available. We had one mobile home park in particular that was just recently purchased. And so we had reliable purchase information to base the assessment on. So that would be more the cost approach. Where that isn't readily available, the income approach is one of the available options to the assessor. And as I said, these are all permitted by the Municipal Government Act, and it's up to the assessor to make a determination as to which is the most appropriate. In terms of the property owner, they, as Mr. Hill has referenced, they do have an opportunity to appeal those assessments. Based on the adjustments that we did for the 2019 assessment values, which affected the 2020 taxes, there was one appeal came forward from one of the park owners, and the Assessment Review Board ruled in favor of Clearwater County in that instance. And that was the only challenge that we had on those assessment adjustments.
Great, thank you. Councillor Lang?
Yeah, supplemental. Out of curiosity, I know the assessments are done every few years. Do you know when the last assessment was done on this particular trailer park where Mr. Hill lives?
Mr. Hagan?
Assessments are to be determined annually. That doesn't mean that every single property is reassessed every year. We do need to do an inspection at least on a 5-year cycle, and that gives us a 20% of review every year. As to this specific park, I believe it had been a few years at least since the last review of the assessed value before it was reassessed in 2019.
Is there other questions or comments? Councillor Duncan?
Looking for a bit of clarification. The assessment that went up 30%, was that on the mobile homes themselves or the value of the park itself? The
View of the park.
value of the park
Yeah,
itself?
yeah, and it's not one individual park. There's 4 in the municipality. And the problem is how the appraisal by the assessor, or the assessment, I guess is proper terminology, determined to appraise the parks individually, okay? In the one that I actually live in, it hasn't changed, probably not even a trailer in it for 15 to 20 years. And if you really look into it, you know, if it depends on which, how, like I said, they have the opportunity to assess it in 3 different ways. Okay, and it's up, you're right, it's up to the assessor to determine which he wants to do. Your past assessor never ever looked at the cost approach. Or not the cost approach, pardon me, the income approach. That had never ever been tabulated. And again, if they're going to look at the income approach, maybe what they should be doing is, to be fair, anything that is a rental within the county, maybe that should be brought forward as well.
A supplemental question?
Not on this one. I guess the only comment I would make on Mr. Hill's second question about the collection of taxes was that council, you know, we did deliberate that for a long period of time and took a lot of questions and had a bunch of presentations from staff on that. But we did run into lots of issues with not being able to get the information from mobile park owners on the trailers that were there, their value, titles were changing, mobiles were moving in and out, and the county was having a lot of difficulty keeping up with that.
That might be have been the case in fact, I don't think that that's truthfully the case in any of the parks. There's been, in Gary Garrett's park out to the 5 Mile Corner, that one, there hasn't been a trailer change there in probably 30 years. Gates Trailer Court, or no longer that, West Country Community, that park, I don't think there's been a trailer moved in there, in or out of the park, other than one that burnt approximately 5 years ago. One burnt and there was another one brought in, but it wasn't a newer one either.
But there are sometimes title changes without trailers moving as well, right?
Yeah, but not very often.
Okay.
Councillor Lang?
Yeah, I have another question, Randy, this is for you. So you said the assessment was on the value of the park, which we all understand, so.
Pardon me?
The assessment is based on the value of the park?
Yes.
So the county's tax bill basically goes to that park owner?
Exactly.
So is the park owner, if there's a dozen homes in the park, is everyone getting the same bill?
Now, well, in our, that's another thing I'll bring up, but it really hasn't affected me much, okay? But there is going to be a increase in rent again, okay? And every park is having the same problem.
Well,
And the reason being is the cost to the owners is costing more money.
yeah, I understand that. I'm just wondering if someone that has an older mobile, say 20 years old versus someone that has a 5-year,
Yeah,
if the bill that's passed on from the park owner is the same, or is there a difference, do you know, from home to home to home?
yeah, they're all the same.
They're all the same.
They're all the
It
same.
doesn't matter if your home's 20 years
Doesn't
old
matter
or
if
2
it's-
years old.
It doesn't matter if it's a year old or 20 years old. It's the same
Okay.
price.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments? It looks like it gives us something to give some consideration to, Mr. Hill. Randy, I want to thank you for bringing the information forward for us to give it due course and consideration. And at this point, what we looking for is that council receives this as information. So we're looking for that motion, and we want to thank you for taking the time to come in and chat with us.
No problem.
All right, thank you again.
I'd like to say one last thing,
Okay,
which I wasn't going to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. In the parks, a good portion of the people that live in those parks are elderly. Okay? A lot of them are basically on Canada pension, and that's it. They have no more money coming in, period. Okay? In fact, in our case, if there's one family I know for sure, that if something was to happen with one or other of them, and they own their own mobile home, that they would not be able to stay there in their own home. And that's, you know, in our case, it's only a $25 increase, which is going to happen in February, which really doesn't amount to much over the year. But that's not me, that's other people.
no, and I very much, I'm quite confident we really appreciate having that information added on, because you do make a good point about they're either a real starter home for young families or the elderly, it seems to be these days.
That's right.
We do have another delegation coming shortly behind you that we may be able to ask some of those questions to exactly. So, you know, sometimes it's nice to just validate what we think we already know as well. And so you make a good point.
Thank you very much for your
All
time, I
right.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Have a
Yes, you too. So I'm looking for a motion that council receives information from Randy Hill as presented. Oh, I think Councillor Lang. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. So we're a little bit past the 7:15 for Ms. Vassallo with regard to Clearwater Regional Family and Community Support Services. I believe that she is coming in on a virtual platform. So Ms. Vassallo, are you able to, oh, go ahead.
Do we need a motion for the electronic?
Yes, we do. Thank you for the reminder. So looking for a motion for that, this delegation to participate electronically.
I will make that motion.
Councillor Hoven, thank you. Those in favor? That is carried 7-1, or 7-0. Apparently, I'm having quite a start. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Back to Ms. Vassallo, if you want to introduce your counterpart, and then we will introduce ourselves as well.
Sounds great. Good morning, Reeve Laird and honorable council members. I'm Andrea Vassallo, working in Clearwater Regional FCSS. I'm before you today to introduce Mr. Tim Moorhouse of Moorhouse and Associates. And he worked on our wider all ages social needs assessment that happened in the Clearwater region. So without further ado, I would like to call upon Mr. Tim Moorhouse.
Go ahead. You're muted. You might need to unmute yourself. There we go. We can hear you now.
Excellent, thank you, and good morning. And Reeve Laird and members of council, thank you for the time this morning to talk about the social needs assessment and the seniors needs assessment, and appreciate your time. And as we have a bit of a time constraint, I'll be highlighting a number of the key features and then looking to see if there are any questions this morning.
That sounds great. Just before you get going, we're going to just take a moment and introduce ourselves. I'm going to start at my right with Councillor Duncan.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Division 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Division 3.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Division 4.
Good morning, Cami Laird, representing Division 2.
Good morning, Teresa Lang, Division 5.
Good morning, Tim Hoven, Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
All right, Mr. Moorhouse, now that we've introduced ourselves, we're very happy to participate and listen to your presentation.
Excellent. Well, thank you again. And yes, this is a bit of a strange environment, but we'll do our best working through it. So by way of introduction, there are two studies that we're talking about this morning. And the first one was actually done as an independent study, was the Seniors Needs Assessment. And that was done by one of the partners that we brought together for the General Community Needs Assessment. Rob Parks and RC Strategies was the author of that study. We also brought Rob into the senior or the community project as well, so it made sense to look at both together. And as you'll see as we go through, there are certainly some obvious linkages between the two studies. The social needs assessment and master plan, the intent was to understand broad social needs of people living in the Clearwater region and to help guide decision-making, resource allocation, and build a basis for some collaborative community action. And just flipping to slide 4, the studies themselves, so the seniors needs assessment really wanted to gather a better understanding of the needs for seniors and better ways then to be able to provide appropriate programs and services. So I mentioned it was completed separately, but the findings really become a subset of the overall social needs assessment. And this work in both cases was commissioned by the county, the town, and the village of Caroline. So it is a regional study that was undertaken. If we go to slide 5, so in terms of the study process, and I won't belabor this because it is in the main document as well, but generally we did a community examination. We looked at some of the demographic information and the social analysis information. Did a document review of appropriate documents, including those that were foundational in terms of strategy, those that were related to social information, and as well information related to the various health initiatives in the region. Engagement, we did a survey in both of the studies. Was a residential survey, random, and in the seniors assessment, we had 313 responses. In the community survey, 359 responses, both of which are good numbers in terms of responses. We also did an agency survey in the seniors assessment involving 28 agencies and had 17 stakeholder meetings. For the wider social assessment, we sort of hit that part in the process right at the time when students were no longer attending school, but we did push out through the various agencies to youth a separate survey instrument or a modified survey instrument, and had 108 responses from youth in the community. And then also did 29 stakeholder meetings, and these were largely telephone conversations, again, given the COVID restrictions that we were looking at. So going to slide 6, some of the research findings, and one of the things we know from doing these surveys and these reports throughout Alberta and into BC is that often it becomes a list of all of the things that aren't particularly happy or issues or problems, and really going through the report is simply a process of looking at the list of all the things that aren't there and that aren't working. One of the things that we're interested in is what people say about some of the positives in the community. So for the seniors survey, looking at the research findings, we looked at the strengths. We asked people, what were the strengths of living in Clearwater region? Now, again, this is for the seniors group, and I'll just highlight the first few, but the rural setting was a strong draw for people, a variety of recreation and social opportunities. It was a welcoming community and good neighbors, community spirit and pride, and you can see the others listed there as well. So we wanted to acknowledge that, over 60% of the people living in the region found that it was a really good place to live, and that there are many identifiable strengths for people living in the region. Going to the next slide. So we also ask a question, and it is somewhat subjective, but if you put the two columns together of happy and very happy, so 77% of seniors identified that in terms of quality of life from their perspective, they found the quality of life either high or very high. They were happy or very happy with their quality of life. The other end of the scale, there were only 4% of the seniors that identified that they were unhappy or very unhappy with their quality of life. So again, it illustrates that there's a fairly strong starting point in terms of looking at the social needs within the region from the seniors' perspectives. So continuing on with the seniors, when we look at the next slide, slide 8, again, some of the top things that people identified as their priorities within their lives and livelihoods within the region, the first came out as personal safety, followed very closely by affordable housing. So these were the things that people said were priorities to them living in the region, followed by a grouping that included mental health, home supports, basic needs being met, lack of support for special needs seniors, isolation and loneliness, and in some cases, local services being expensive for them. And again, the list carries on, but those were the things that the seniors through the survey were saying were of most importance to them, and the things that they found that in terms of their priorities, they would identify for themselves as seniors living in the area. So switch gears a little bit in the next slide. So we put these two together in terms of the community survey. Same question, but put out to the community now. So interesting that personal safety, again, is the top ranked priority. And these are household responses. So while there was one person responding for a household, this was sort of household by household. So personal safety was followed by mental health, and that includes depression. We need to look at this one also in terms of the effect of COVID, because a lot of the things that are contributors to mental health issues and mental health concerns have been increased by COVID. So the fact that people are at home, isolated, not having their friend or community supports around them is certainly contributing to an increase across the province, if not across Canada, in terms of mental health issues. Always followed by a lack of employment, and certainly resource sector is part of that, and COVID is part of that. Again, the concern that some local services may be too expensive. Lack of community connectedness, which is both the ability to connect with friends and neighbors and the community at large, but also with agencies and services within the community, and affordable housing. And then we drop off into the sort of 22% and lower, and you can see the results that are there. But those first 5 or 6 results, in some ways, the first couple are the same as with the seniors. And the next ones, the lack of employment, community connectedness, show up more of a priority in this one than the seniors we're speaking to. In our next slide, on slide 10, so services that people would like to access in the region. So one of our questions talked about things that people feel they need and would like to access in the region instead of having to leave the region to access. And some of these are quite similar wherever we've done projects across the province. So access to specialist medical appointments, 71% of the respondents indicated yes, they would like to access those in the community rather than having to go to Red Deer or Calgary or Edmonton for those services. In some cases, that may be a question of access and transportation. In other cases, there's economies of scale, and when we talk to the health region, there are simply some services that it is not able to replicate on a local situation, and there is travel involved in getting to specialists. Affordable housing is quite a drop off there from 71% to 37%, but 37% indicated that affordable housing was something they would like to see more of. And as their needs change, either moving up in the housing spectrum or down in the housing spectrum, not to have to leave the area in order to find that housing. Detox or treatment centers and homelessness shelter, suicide prevention. So you can see the numbers drop off at that point. On our next slide, we did, as I mentioned, a separate survey with youth. So often we don't see this level of percentage with the quality of life question for youth. In this case, when you again add the happy and very happy with the youth numbers, 69% of youth say they enjoy their quality of life and are very happy in their community. And we're down to about 8% that have expressed that they are unhappy or very unhappy with the quality of life that they see in the community and in the region as a whole. That's a fairly strong number. So again, there are a number of things going on for youth. There are youth surfing agencies. So I think in general, you can take some confidence that the youth are saying, yeah, things are pretty good in the region, and certainly enjoying their life in the region and in the community that they live in. So again, jumping to some conclusions, or sort of what does this tell us in some of the areas in slide 12. So some of the obvious things, the population of seniors is increasing. So not the case in some communities in the province, but in Clearwater, the seniors numbers are increasing. So those things that they're finding are priorities, and the interest in resolving some of those issues will continue to increase over time. Generally, people, youth, seniors, and the general family and adult population are happy with their quality of life. So that's a really good starting point, a really good foundation for building improvement from that point. There are quite a number of programs and services available. So that really speaks to issues of awareness. Are people aware of the programs and services, and access? So are the programs and services at times where they can be fully utilized? Are there ways to easily get to them, especially for the seniors population who may have some problems with mobility and transportation? So again, a good base to develop from. And we did hear a fair amount about an ongoing need for communication and the promotion of available services. So not everyone was aware of the services that are available and how to access them. Continuing on conclusions from the seniors assessment. So sort of the main issues were transportation and access, the loneliness and isolation, mental health, affordability of services, need for affordable housing, and personal safety. There was also some comments on both, and including with the agencies we talked to serving youth, that there was a willingness and a desire to connect better volunteers and seniors, including intergenerational opportunities between youth and seniors. So there seems to be a latent interest there to increase that connection between the volunteers and people willing to volunteer and seniors who would benefit from that. If we go to the next slide and the conclusions from the social assessment, so the broader assessment, employment and job training. So looking at job search skills, interest identification. And again, we need to look at that, I think, in probably three ways. There's a base level that's resident in the community, irrespective of other things that are going on. There's the impacts of the resource industry and the impacts of COVID. So at this point in time, I think there are significant issues that people are facing in terms of job search and employment and job training. Housing and homelessness, to continue the periodic homelessness counts, build on the sort of stone soup initiative that is looking at housing throughout the region, and ensure housing options are accompanied by programs and services. So some of the feedback from people was, particularly agencies, was we have physical housing, but now we need the programs and services that support people, whether that might be collective kitchens, whether that might be financial planning information to ensure that that housing can be utilized in the best way. Drugs, substance abuse, and addictions. So looking at increasing the number of opportunities for substance abuse and addiction programs, inclusion criteria for programs. There was some sense that some of the inclusion criteria, who could attend and who couldn't, in various agencies and programs, was restrictive and was actually a barrier for some folks, and develop some follow-up services. So as you're probably well aware, once you've dealt with your substance abuse and addictions, it's not the end of the road. At that point, what are the supports that periodically can connect people to make sure that they're staying on that road and staying healthy? Mental health supports, we've certainly talked a bit about, and some options that might happen there. And on the next slide, relationships is a broad category that talks about parents, relationships in the home, programs for children and youth so they understand what positive relationships are and what the expectations are there. Violence and bullying comes up in almost every review like this that we do, and there are lots of things going on, but obviously still an area in the community there's some concern, and continued support to those existing initiatives that are already there. Family and domestic violence, particularly with the economic challenges and the COVID impacts, increase accessibility to the programs and increase efforts related to prevention. Isolation and loneliness, there is a process that could be undertaken, the Canadian Index of Wellbeing Survey, that tends to look at this, and community organizations to create opportunities for inclusion opportunities. And then the conclusions and recommendations. The last part of this was basic needs not met, food security. So consider ways to increase food donations outside of peak donation times, personal safety, agency interactions and connectedness. This was a conversation that really looked at moving from the information sharing nature of interagencies to case-based interagency service models, so actually being able to talk about a person, a family, community issue, and look at which agencies could come together to collectively address that model. There was some talk about perhaps a social development council to support that as one of the ways of increasing the agency interactions and connectedness. And community connectedness, we certainly heard a lot about things like Market on Main and other community programs that went on that brought people together. And there was a strong sense that those were really effective in building community in the region. And then briefly in terms of the implementation, so we looked at hosting a launch event or a launch session for all of the stakeholders. We did do a presentation of this nature to the agencies in the region, so all 3 municipalities. As a starting point, that was this format as well. It would be interesting at some point when we can actually get together again to have a launch session that would also look at planning on a variety of initiatives. Encourage organizations to incorporate these priorities into their planning process, their strategic plans. Create annual review processes so that the community knows what action is taking place. Provide annual progress reviews to the 3 councils and have those discussions about what's going well, what's not going well, and what might be needed in order to move forward. And ongoing methods of engaging residents. Sometimes these studies get done, get announced, and then given that it's a 3 to 5 year plan, kind of get forgotten about over time, rather than having annual or every second year process of engaging residents. So I think I will stop there with the presentation. I just want to commend the region and all three municipalities for doing this work, often looking at social issues and sort of community development from that perspective is not easy work. It's things that are pretty subjective and looking at people's interests and desires. So I really commend you for taking this on and for looking at this seriously between the three municipalities. And also like to thank Andrea and her team, because certainly we found through the process that Andrea, through her FCSS and her work with the communities in this and organizations, is certainly very connected and really spends a lot of time facilitating and supporting the organizations and their work. So I'll leave it at that, but happy to address any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you. That was quite informative. I'm sure that that has propagated a number of questions. I know I have a few. I'll hold mine till the end because perhaps others have the same type of questions. Councillor Lang.
Yes, I have two questions. One was, I noticed in the report, there does not seem to be a bar graph for the stakeholders' involvement. So I was just wondering if there was not one provided, or maybe it was missed in our package.
Yes, through the chair. We did provide a bar graph. We just had on slide 5 the breakdown of the numbers of the engagement. So that showed the numbers that participated in the senior survey, the agency survey, and then the stakeholder meetings or interviews that we held.
Okay, supplemental.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, and my second question, the senior, I'm trying to find it here. The senior survey with affordable housing, the percentage was actually quite high as one of the important needs identified. I'm just a little bit curious. I'm also on the senior housing committee here in Rocky, and there's quite a vacancy rate, and there has been, I don't know, for well over a year now. So I'm actually kind of surprised to see this as high as it is. Although we just had a presentation earlier where it was identified that maybe the affordable housing out in the rural part of the community is not so affordable. So maybe you can clarify that.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think there's two parts to the answer. I think you're quite right. There are some areas of the region, and fully acknowledging it's a big region. There are lots of differences within the region itself. But in some areas, the housing may be seen to be less affordable, and also speaks to the second concern is the housing accessible? So again, in some areas of the region, there may be housing, but then can people get to the supports and services that they require? And that applies within, say, Rocky Mountain House as well. So are people able to be housed and also access the programs and services that they require? So there's a couple of dimensions. With the vacancy rate, I think it's probably more a question of looking at those income levels, the percentage of housing that's available for various income levels, and the connection to the programs and services. And certainly Andrea may have additional information as well.
Andrea, did you have something you'd like to add as well?
No, I think that's sufficient unless there's any specific questions for FCSS.
All right, thank you. I see Councillor Swanson, and then I'll go to Councillor Duncan after that.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed the presentation. I just have a few questions in regards to the actual process itself. Is there an opportunity to get a copy of the survey that was given out to the youth and the seniors? And I know because of COVID last year, I'm sure that this was, like, I'm well commended. I can't believe the numbers that you guys have done. Very, very good. The second question, can you define for me what personal safety means? Is it like, was it the COVID? Was it the crime? Is it their physical obstructions? Like, what does personal safety, how you guys define that? And my last one was in regards to, on page 11, in regards to the youth survey findings. I see you have the bar graph for very happy, but there was no details in regards to the questions that I see as far as what was the details in that. Was it because, were they happy because, or were they disappointed in their physical surrounding, or, you know, much like you had done before in the community survey?
Thank you. Again, through the chair. So in terms of the survey itself, sorry, I wrote down all three questions, but not very well. Could you just remind me this question around the survey?
Councillor Swanson?
I was just wondering if we could get just a copy of how you asked that, please.
Yes, thank you. So there is a full report that is available, and in the full report, there is the survey itself attached, as well as a complete set of survey results. So in that full report, it's a 60, 70 page document. Those documents are included as part of that overall report. In terms of personal safety, we asked the question in two ways, and the first is actual personal safety, and then people have an ability to comment on that, but also we look at it in terms of perceived personal safety, and we consider those both to be of equal weight. There are some, you know, personal risks that are identified as well. If people are feeling that they're not safe, then that's equally as important. The personal safety had to do with drug and substance abuse in the community. Also that with that comes petty crimes, crimes of property, so those sorts of things. There wasn't personal safety issues raised other than the bullying issues that were identified for youth. So again, in the larger report, there are some dimensions of what personal safety means and meant to people in looking at their responses. And in terms of the youth survey and the quality of life issue, for the positives, so overwhelmingly youth responded that they were happy with their quality of life, or very happy. That related mostly to programs and services. So with the Rock facility and the Friendship Center and the programs and services that were there. The other end of the scale primarily was more related to transient youth. So youth who either come to the community and don't have a home in the community. So whether that's couch surfing or other dimensions of those kinds of things. And there were some comments about relationships, so family relationship, relationship among peers. And again, in the full document, there's a deeper breakdown in terms of some of the youth commentary. So hopefully I've at least started to answer the questions.
I don't know if you can see from there, but Councillor Swanson's gave you the thumbs up, so that sounds like we've got it covered. I'm going to go to Councillor Duncan and then to Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you very much. Both the community survey and the senior survey identified that local services are too expensive. I was just looking for a bit of clarification there. I think they're probably referring to more things like their gas and power bills here as opposed to the social services provided in the community? Is that a fair statement there?
I think it's a fair statement, sorry, through the chair. I would also add to that, however, there was some comments did say that some of the social and health programs and services people found were too expensive. Part of that, I think, again, applies to the economic conditions created by the resource sector downturn and COVID, people simply not having the incomes that they were used to, and some of it also applied to access. So if you have to, there may be the fee for a program and service, but then if you have to put taxi costs onto those or some other transportation cost onto those, then those costs tend to go up.
All right, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Yes, thank you. My question basically comes under the conclusions of the seniors assessment. And one of those bullets said that there were plentiful programs and services, but availability was an issue. For me, on the surface, that seems somewhat contradictory, but maybe you can explain that a little bit more for me.
Yes, through the chair, and thank you for the question. When we look at these, there's always two components. One would be, are the programs and services there? And for a large part, in the region as a whole, there are programs and services. If you break that down a little bit, of course, there are more programs and services available located in Rocky Mountain House, because that tends to be where the efficiency of providing those are. So for some people, while the program exists, getting to it in terms of, is it at the right hours of the day? Are there childcare, sorry, with seniors, childcare wouldn't be an issue, but are there the supports around the program that allow people to take part in it? If needed, is there transportation to the program? So there are those components. While there seem to be lots of programs and services available and agencies doing some very good work, whether people can access them in the way they need to access them is a different question, or is a question that needs to be looked at too in addition. As an example, we did have a number of comments that said, yeah, we'd love to take advantage of these programs and services. However, either working during the day, looking for work during the day, or need childcare support. And again, that's outside of the seniors question, but for those reasons, can't access the programs that are there. For seniors, I think it may be the opposite. So are they at times when seniors can get to them in conjunction with other things? Can they come into Rocky Mountain House and take advantage of one of the programs and services and do a medical appointment at the same time? Is there that kind of scheduling that's been looked at in order to make those viable opportunities for seniors? And again, your additional challenge as a county council is just the regional nature of the programs and services. This is a big area. There are people scattered in various densities throughout the area, and getting them in to the programs and services at appropriate times and with appropriate transportation, I fully admit is a challenge.
All right. I guess seeing no other comments or questions, we get to mine. And I've got a few, and I'm certainly very interested in the research and the findings. Councillor Lang pointed out that we do have many vacancies at Westview Lodge, and there isn't. I think there's a perception that there's some sort of waiting list, and there is not. There's folks that could be on a waiting list, but they can, I think they just like to get themselves on the list so that they're there in the event they could use it. But I think there's an education component there. One of my questions is, what age is considered a senior according to your survey?
Thank you. We used 65 as the eligible age in terms of seniors. As you know, there are different scales through different programs and services, but we looked at 65 as the seniors age.
All right, thank you very much. I guess looking at the community survey, and is there any date to qualify the assumption, and I guess with regard to affordable housing, we just had a presentation with regard to mobile home parks, and that we have community members who are either starting out as their starter home or seniors. Is that in this or considered as part of this assessment?
Thank you. We didn't look in depth at the sort of continuum of housing. So we didn't go and look at how many units of different types of housing were available. These are primarily comments from the survey that was done with residents. And the primary comment that came out was a need to look at or to have available transitional types of housing. So a typical comment would be, you know, we had 2 incomes, we were living in this housing, we need to step down in housing while we get our act together again, and are there options available? Also, as you mentioned, starter housing and people looking to then step up in their housing as their incomes improve or they're more stable or they pay off mortgages. So it was more to look at that range of housing in a continuum and make sure that people didn't at some point have to leave the area, leave the community in order to get the type of housing that they were looking for, that they could stay where they are with the type of satisfaction numbers that are there and still be able to find the housing that they were looking for. So that was more the comments than you know, just there isn't this specific type of housing in the region.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Just a quick note is that we certainly had a number of people express that they really appreciated being able to live in rural or acreage types of settings. So that was a pretty strong finding.
That's very good to know. I've got a couple more questions, but I know that Deputy Reeve Vandermeer has a question.
Yes, just following up on your last comment about the enthusiasm for living in rural areas and on acreages. Rural crime is, of course, a big issue across the province and has been in Clearwater County. But when I look at these survey results, it seems to me that, as you point out, people are happy to live in the countryside and they're pretty happy with their lives. So is that not coming through, or what am I missing in here that concerns about rural crime and, translated into possibilities for personal injury, theft, vandalism, and the theft of personal property, those things? I'm not sure how to interpret a couple of these slides then.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think when we talked to the police and RCMP folks, some of the things they were saying is that yes, as in every community, there are crimes of various sorts, and they increase and decrease depending on things that were going on. What they talked to us most about was the crimes related to drug and substance abuse. And primarily that was then crimes that were looking at petty theft, break-ins, people essentially looking to find funds to be able to support their drug and alcohol addictions. So those were the crimes they were concerned about the most. It was, and again, we're putting this in a scale of social concerns rather than simply a review of crime within the region, so that in terms of that scale, personal safety came up as quite a significant issue in both the seniors and the residence surveys. And I think then it looks at how that links to some of the other social factors that people are most concerned about. I must say that I didn't get the sense from either the police people that we talked to or the residential information, or in fact the interview information that we went, that people are, their number one concern in the region is crime and the effects of crime. So I mean, I take that as a bit of a positive. It certainly doesn't say that there isn't crime and people aren't concerned about it. But as you can see, in terms of some of the other social factors, people have other priorities that they consider pretty high in terms of their living and livelihood within the region. So it's a bit of a roundabout answer, but in other communities, either because of something that's happening immediately or because of ongoing things in the community, crime comes up much higher, crime and personal safety. In this case, it wasn't, personal safety was identified as an issue. Part of that is crime, but it certainly wasn't to the level that we have seen in some other communities. So there's a positive aspect to that, and perhaps a need to dig a little deeper into why that's the situation that people are expressing.
Do you have a supplemental question? Thank you. He just thanks you for your time. I note on the youth survey, at least my observation is that the unhappy and the very unhappy for youth is twice as much as the seniors, which is alarming if you watch that continuum move forward. I guess, which then brings me to my next question was, is there any correlation to that unhappiness level to substance abuse and then also to suicide data?
Thank you for the question. We didn't find a correlation with substance abuse and the quality of life rankings. So youth identified substance abuse either themselves or within their family relationship as being an issue. So it is there, but didn't identify that as something that necessarily is driving their sense of their quality of life in the community. It was correlated with the bullying situation and those types of peer relationships. And the other comment that we had, both from youth and from the agencies, was that the phenomena they described was youth who come to the area, come to the region for an event, for something that's going on in the region. They come because they have friends there, but they don't live in the community. And once they're there, then of course where do I stay? How do I survive? There is that notion of transition into the region without necessarily it being sort of a flow through or a stopping point on the way to something else. And that some of that quality of life comment came from youth who were in that situation, identified by the agencies that we were talking to and who they were able to get the survey out to. So I would see the lower quality of life ranking being more related to youth homelessness, sort of those youth relationship types of issues, than things like drug abuse and alcohol abuse and those sorts of things. There was a significant response from youth about family relationships, so wanting supports that help deal with family relationships in better ways. That gets into sort of the youth mental health issue as well. So there's a group of things there that I think could be looked at and addressed that would help to deal with some of those issues that people were responding to on that lower quality of life number.
All right, thank you very much. I'm looking at my fellow councillors, and I don't see any other questions or comments. Ms. Vassallo, do you have any closing comments that you'd like to make as well?
I just want to thank County Council for your clear engagement in this process and your excellent questions, and Mr. Moorhouse and his team for the excellent work they did. This is a great point in time for us as a region, so we now can move forward with this data and compare in the future.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vassallo and Mr. Moorhouse. It was very thoroughly done. It's got quite a bit of detail, clearly. We'll look forward to the other additional information that Councillor Swanson had indicated. And with that, I want to thank you on behalf of our council for your continued work and dedication to the quality of life that our community has come to know and depend upon. So thank you for your continued efforts and support.
Thank you.
All right, we're looking for a motion that council receives this presentation as presented. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, you'd make that motion. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you again for your continued support and efforts. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back at 10:35. All right, welcome back. We're a few seconds ahead of our 10:35 timeline, but I think we're good to move forward with emergency and legislative services. Ms. Haggart, if you'd like to proceed, we're ready.
Excellent. Thank you, Reeve Laird, members of council. Good morning. Just wanted to take the opportunity, I checked with Reeve Laird in advance to introduce council to the county's returning officer for the 2021 municipal election. So sitting to my right is Sabrina Walter. She's started here at the county just before the Christmas and New Year holiday break, has gotten oriented up to date in terms of what we've done in elections previous, and it's starting to work on the 2021 work plan for the election. So Sabrina, this is everybody from council. Sabrina comes to us from a background in municipal government. She worked for an urban municipality within BC for close to a decade, so has a strong legislative services background, and as well has helped with managing and coordinating elections previously in a municipal realm, and even a by-election that just happened this fall in COVID times. So I think as a resource, she's going to be great for Clearwater County, and I just want to take the opportunity to make sure council could put a face to a name.
Very good. Maybe we'll just take a moment to introduce ourselves, starting with Councillor Duncan.
Good morning, Sabrina. Jim Duncan, I'm Division 1, which is to the southwest of Rocky here.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Division 3, and that's East Central.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Division 4, that's north and west of Caroline.
Good morning, Cammie Laird, Councillor for Division 2 and your Reeve. And that area is the area east of Rocky Mountain House, straddling Highway 598.
Good morning, Sabrina. Teresa Lang, Councillor for Division 5.
Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6.
Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7. Welcome.
All right. So Sabrina is going to be located in an office downstairs, across the hallway from the Planning and Development Department. And because of COVID and the doors being closed, open by appointment only, those candidates that are seeking information related to nomination packages can call and make an appointment with Sabrina so she can be available to meet with whoever that is. So just wanted to let you know that as well. Thank you.
Welcome, Sabrina. Would you like to say a few words, or are you the quiet, stoic type?
I appreciate this opportunity, and I look forward to working with the county, and look forward to expanding on some new adventures, getting the voting register together, and some new areas that we haven't explored before. So I'm excited about the opportunity. Thank you.
We're confident you're up for the challenge, and by way of reminder, what day are we all going back to the polls for the municipal election?
Advanced voting will be on October 4th.
Okay.
And regular election day will be held on Monday, October 18th.
Very good. It's always good for us all to be reminded we've got a very exciting fall coming up.
Yes, we do.
All right, well, welcome from all of us, and we look forward to having you on board.
Thank you, Sabrina.
That brings us to 5.1, Fire Services Master Plan.
Again, thank you, council. As council will recall, back in December, the Bear Integrated Solutions Master Plan was discussed with council in a workshop setting. So this is the formal agenda item to bring that plan back into the public realm for adoption or acceptance as information. For background, for the live stream and system and those who are watching online, in mid to late 2020, Bear Integrated Solutions completed the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services Fire Service Master Plan, which was something that we decided to take on to provide an operational roadmap for future of the fire services within the region. During that plan development, there was a phase 1, which included the consultants conducting some stakeholder consultation with over 30 people, in-person interviews at that time, including elected officials from both Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House, firefighters at various levels within the organization, And those in-person firefighter interviews were coordinated with a cross-reference of representation from all 5 of the county and town and villages fire stations, including fire members engaged in various committees within fire services. The broader fire service also was able to participate within the study in terms of an online survey. We had 50 respondents for that portion of the consultation, which is more than half of our paid-on-call firefighting service, so that participation level was quite high, which is great to see. During phase 2, BEAR began to collect data from administrative staff at the county to review community risk, the fire service itself, administration, and available resources. And during that phase, BEAR also looked at historical call data, our agreements, our mutual aid agreements with some of our partner municipalities, budgets, bylaws, demographics, and then the recent fire underwriters survey at that time as well. They also took a look at quality management plans, mitigation strategies that exist, risk assessments, service level reviews of past, and training and standard operating guidelines as part of that process. And then phase 3 through 5 took place between August and into November, and that was the consolidating of all that information into the plan that's before council in a link within this agenda item. So during that plan review, the RFP required them to take a look at different areas within fire services, and that included the emergency fire rescue response, facilities, our committees, our equipment and apparatus, our mutual aid, and how that works amongst our partners, our fire prevention education and public education plan, our administration and our staffing, and how that interacts. All of those things interact with the fire underwriters survey review and standards from NFPA. So as council's already seen this information, I included the PowerPoint presentation within the agenda item. It details quite in detail the fire service master plan, as well the link to the plan itself. It's about 215 pages, so it is on our county website. So that, I apologize, the link I noticed this morning when I checked it was broken when our website switched over from old to new website. So it's on the Clearwater County website page under Emergency and Legislative Services. And then if you look at the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Service page, it's on that main page. And so the plan is there. Wanted to gauge council's interest. Do you want us to go through the PowerPoint presentation in detail or answer any questions? How would you like us to proceed?
What are your wishes? Would you like to go over the fire services master plan PowerPoint, or would you like to just ask any relevant questions or make comment? What is your preference? Councillor Lang?
I just have a question. Has this master plan been made available to the public yet?
It is located on the county website.
Okay.
So it has been public. This is the first time the public will see it in a live stream through council's process.
Okay.
It was sent out to all of our firefighter employees as well.
I'm just thinking the best way to sort of get the public some knowledge would probably be a good way to proceed, but I'm going to leave that up to everyone else to decide.
Are we comfortable with what we've already learned in workshops, et cetera, or do we want to go through the PowerPoint? Questions? Okay, that works. So do we have any questions or comments we'd like to ask Ms. Haggard and Chief DBN? Councillor Swanson?
I see there's a number of recommendations, so my question is on one of the recommendations. It's number 3. It's in regards to explore the establishment of a dangerous goods route within the response zones. So my question is in regards to what level is that under our authority, and where do we is that part of Alberta Transportation, coordination, relation, that kind of thing, the process to that, please?
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. That is a great question, something we asked ourselves as well when we saw those recommendations. I certainly take that out of the Fire Rescue Services response and operations realm and say that that would be more of a county thing or for us to do and explore with our Planning and Development and Public Works Department. I don't have any additional detail on how that process works. I do know that the province does already have within Clearwater County dangerous goods routes identified in a mapping system. And so how that would correlate to our roads and what that would mean within our permitting system would be something we'd need to further explore with other county departments. You're welcome.
Other questions, comments, observations? I guess I'll put it back to yourself, Ms. Haggard, or Chief DBN. If there's something in this document that you'd like to highlight, I'd say that this is your opportunity. And then I'm going to go to Councillor Duncan. It looks like he has a comment.
Sounds good. Maybe the work plan.
Pardon?
The work plan?
Yeah.
Yep.
Good morning, Reeve, Laird, and Council. Just before Christmas, headquarters met in a bit of a strategic planning session with our administrative staff to look at these recommendations and to build a work plan. So we started to explore this out, looking at the suggested completion dates of which Bear had given to us, and started to lay out a work plan on what this looks like. So we've got kind of two work plans that we're merging into one. We're working on the master plan work plan that's going to merge into our bigger 2021 work plan that we're just looking at finalizing. So that'll kind of drive going forward, and we're going to be putting it up internally on our LADTech system, which will allow our firefighters to kind of track it, and then we can periodically update council in the fire chief's report, which will kind of give you folks the idea of where we're at and what we're working towards. But it details out. This is a big chunk to take and chew on. Some of it's going to take some time, and some of it's can be, which we've already started on some of it prior to Christmas, but or even 2019, 2020. But some of it's going to be a lot of working relationships back and forth with our partnerships and our partners. When we start to talk about some of the inspection recommendations that come out of it, and some of the other recommendations that come out of this.
Very good. Ms. Haggard, did you have other comments?
In terms of the recommendations themselves, I believe there's 21 or 21 plus a B, so there's quite a few. We've mapped that out within that 3-year window, which was recommended with the Fire Service Master Plan. We're going to do our best administratively to get that working and operational in terms of completing in that time frame. There are a few that are outside of fire-specific control scope, like Chief mentioned, some of the ones related to tracking of different types of buildings and starting that process of an inventory of building types as they come through. We'll be discussing that with our partners as we move forward as well, and how that process would work with their planning departments. I do see some of those recommendations being a tandem planning / fire or emergency service role. So I guess we'll have that conversation as well with the Town of Rocky Mountain House. We're presenting the Fire Service Master Plan to them this evening.
Councillor Duncan?
Thank you, and just a comment, looking at the municipal comparatives, like we have, our budgets have been tough slogging some years on fire, as with all our budgets are, but when you do compare us to other municipalities out there, we are actually providing I think a quite cost-effective and efficient fire service. And, the percent of the municipal budget that we allocate to fire is lower than any of the other counties we looked at here. So I think that's a positive aspect of the service we provide here in Clearwater County and Rocky and Caroline.
I don't see, excuse me, other comments at the moment. I have one with regard to recommendation number 15. And with regard to fire inspection program and looking at that, perhaps have a slightly more demanding expectations. I anticipate that may have, and probably will likely have, additional expectations around potentially even changing out the wording on the quality management plan for safety codes. I anticipate that that would come back with additional discussion and to our council. Perhaps you've got some comments with regard to that.
Absolutely, Reeve Laird. Because the quality management plan is approved by council and all three of the councils within our regional partnership, that certainly would be up to the control scope of the governance level to take that review. So if councils are amenable to having that come back, certainly that would be something I envision would be later in 2021, perhaps early 2022. We're going through a recruitment process for a vacant assistant fire chief position as it stands, and the capacity required to do some of that work would also come with that, having that fourth position in play. So again, that's something that is certainly in that 1 year timeframe window in terms of our operational planning. But again, absolutely right. It is a governance level discussion that we would bring back. And then there is a process with Safety Codes Council. Once council approves that, they have to then subsequently approve it as well before it's considered to be updated. So we went through that process in spring of 2020 with minor amendments to the quality management plan and the inspection thresholds. Currently, inspections are based on complaint, concern, or something that a safety codes officer sees in course of regular business. And certainly administratively, once we have those staffing complement in place and are able to move towards achieving that objective, we can certainly bring that back to council for consideration of a amendment to the, I believe it's a schedule within the quality management plan at the end that says when we do inspections. Previous to that, it was about a 12-month to 24-month window of inspection for certain types of business, large occupancy, that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you for that. I assumed that was going to, most of these recommendations are going to be a heavy workload for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Additionally, I noted with Councillor Lang's question with regard to where to find the link and how to get that. I appreciate that you're ensuring we have that. I anticipate there may be some folks that are looking for hard copies and they would simply contact the office and ask you for that, I assume?
Absolutely.
Okay.
For sure. The other thing we could do is ask communications to include it with the council highlights that comes out, that goes on our social media, even if they put a hyperlink to the actual PDF. Like I said, it is quite a large document at over 200 pages. That's one other way for us to be able to communicate that out to the public.
Perfect. Thank you. I guess my final comment, at least from my idle curiosity perhaps, is will council have access to like the raw data from some of the survey findings at all? I know sometimes that just gives you additional context to understand the linkage.
In the actual report, it is, and I apologize, let me just pull it up. It is one of the appendixes. I just got to get to the table of contents to tell you which appendix it is. I want to say F, but I don't want to. It's Appendix E within the online version of that Fire Service Master Plan. So that would be the survey results from the online survey for online firefighters. In terms of the in-person data, that was incorporated within the recommendations, and you'll see the parts that say observation within the plan. So that's observations that the consultants took as part of that, either in-person or those online survey interviews, and incorporated those into the recommendations. So they don't have we didn't get a raw data set for the in-person interviews, but we certainly have that as part of the observations noted within the plan. Kind of a theme or a summary of what they heard or saw.
So is it possible to get a raw data set for that other piece of information?
I can certainly touch base with the consultants and see if they have that in a mechanism for us to collect. Yeah, I can follow up with council, let them know.
That would be
sure.
More, like I said, idle curiosity than anything else, for me anyway.
Yep.
And I do appreciate it. Other than that, are there other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm looking for someone from council to accept the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services Master Plan as information. Councillor Duncan? Any other questions? Seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. I want to take a moment to thank you, Ms. Haggard, and you, Chief DBN, for your efforts on this. and your time that you took last week to walk us through much of this work. It was very beneficial, I believe, and I'm grateful for your time and your efforts.
Of course. Thank you.
Next is 5.2. It is the emergency management agreement with regard to the summer village of Burnstick Lake.
All right. Good morning again. As council will recall, back in November, we discussed the regional emergency management agreement that expires at the end of February, and the options that council selected at that time for the new agreements with the town of Rocky Mountain House, Village of Caroline, and the summer village of Burnstick Lake, and provided the resolution that was in the attached agenda item to give direction to administration to proceed with looking into those mutual aid or automatic aid agreements with our partners. Since that time, administration, we've had meetings with Summer Village of Burnstick Lake, and we're in the process of scheduling one with the Village of Caroline to discuss some of those new agreement drafts and what those might look like. But during that process, we heard back from the Summer Village who sent, we had a conversation first, but then they sent an email as follows, and it says, further to our discussion and with the proposed 2021 renewal of the Joint Emergency Management Agreement and the requirements under the Emergency Management Act and Local Authority Emergency Management Regulation, Council has discussed the possibility of delegating the responsibilities under the Act and Regulation to Clearwater County. Due to limited resources and the ability to meet the requirements of the Act, Council is reaching out to Clearwater County to consider taking on this delegation. And I see that it looks like there's a typo within the agenda item, so I apologize for that. So the Summer Village requests that Clearwater County Council consider an agreement that anticipates what would be a ministerial order under Section 14D of the Local Authorities Emergency Management Regulation. There's also provisions under the Act. Should council consider this direction for the emergency management agreement with Summer Village, there would be a requirement for an agreement, a bylaw, and of course that ministerial order I mentioned. One bylaw would be required by the Summer Village to establish which powers and duties under the Act have been delegated to the county, and the county would then require a subsequent bylaw to accept the powers and duties that have been delegated. The reason why the Summer Village is asking for this would allow them to no longer require creation and maintenance of an emergency management plan. Again, creation and maintenance and meetings for an emergency management committee of elected officials, as well as the emergency management agency, which is typically a group of administrative operational folks, sometimes outside interagency membership. So essentially, they'd like to turn that over to the county in terms of a delegation of authority. I did reach out and touch base with Alberta Emergency Management Agency, our field officer, just to get some advice in terms of what that means, as well as if there's any other provincial examples within the province. He reached further out into the field officers across the province, and there aren't any that have turned over delegation as of yet. This is relatively new legislation that came into effect in January from updates that were done back in 2018. And so I didn't have any examples to provide for council in terms of agreements, but certainly something I'll work with AEMA to develop that ministerial order, bylaw and agreement that meets this requirement, should council entertain this. Administratively, we spoke about it and we have no objection to a delegation of authority by ministerial order, and would request that council consider this request favorably.
Do we have any questions, comments for Ms. Hagert? Councillor Hoven?
Are there any financial implications to the county for this?
In terms of financial implications, there aren't any significant cost. The county is already required to develop its own emergency management plan, committee and agency under legislative requirements, and we have a budget set aside for that. We wouldn't anticipate any extra costs required to implement this because we'd be using the same resources and the same plan as part of our process. The plan would just include that area within the county and the Summer Village. Should we be deployed for an emergency, that would be a different circumstance, and I know we've talked about that previously, how that would work. In that case, when I talked with the Chief Administrative Officer for Summer Village of Burnstick Lake, similar to some of our other mutual aid agreements where there's a schedule of fees for types of service within, we could do that in an appendix to the agreement. And I know council has mentioned previously as well, even putting in the provision for these only apply if it's of scope and scale that triggers some sort of provincial or federal grant. So we would recover costs only if the village, Summer Village could recover cost as part of a provincial grant program or federal grant program.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Well, looking for somebody to make a motion for the staff recommendation as presented. Councillor Swanson?
Yes, I will make a motion that we approve staff recommendation as presented.
Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. I'd say your work is well cut out for you now, Ms. Hagert, but it sounds like we're in good hands. Thank you.
Excellent. And those agreements and bylaws will obviously come back for council's approval once they're drafted. Thank you.
All right, that now brings us up to 6.1, the Ministry of Environment and Parks, Sustainable Outdoor Recreation Engagement. Do we need a moment? Yeah, we're just taking a moment to do some COVID precautions. And then we will open with Mr. Reyes. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Hoven.
Has the new Director of Planning been introduced yet, officially?
Not yet. That was exactly where I was
Okay,
going, but
sorry.
well done. Mr. Reyes, I think we're going to actually ask Mr. Emmons if he wouldn't mind introducing our newest director.
My pleasure, Reeve Laird and council. So as you all are well aware, Mr. Keith McRae retired December 18th after a long and very successful career. Most of those years with Clearwater County, serving the people of this community. And we are very pleased to announce that Jose Reyes was the successful candidate and is the new Director of Planning for Clearwater County. We, as an administrative leadership team, and speaking on behalf of council, wish you all the very best successes, Jose, and welcome.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Renz.
We are pleased to see you here in this capacity. Welcome to the new position. You certainly have large shoes to fill, but I am confident you were chosen because you can. So we look forward to how you bring your brand of leadership to the new role. Welcome.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. So just going back to the agenda, Alberta Environment and Parks is currently conducting a sustainable outdoor recreation survey. This survey is available online to the public, and the county has already participated and filled up the survey, so we have provided our input to the province. Changes to Crown Land regulations can impact the management and development of the West Country. Council met with staff from Alberta Environment and Parks last December and discussed several topics as listed in the report that is in front of you. Planning and Development recommends that Council reviews and accepts this information as presented. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I see the second page of the report has a number of points. Perhaps you wouldn't mind walking us through the points.
I would ask Jerry to do that, if you don't mind.
That's just fine. Thank you, Mr. Pratt.
Okay, so these are some of the key points that have been brought up in conversation with Alberta Environment and Parks about Crown land and recreation on Crown land specifically. The first being that stakeholder engagement regarding regulations, recreation planning, trail development are essential. There are many different people that use and care for our land, and we want to make sure that not only voices, but the expertise and experience are heard as well. And economic development is vital to community sustainability, and the growing tourism and recreation activity creates a rising demand for tourism business investment. We have seen over the last couple of years in particular a rise in activity trying to invest, not always in the best locations throughout the county, but trying to invest. And also I have given tours to a few potential investors who are looking at places to, basically it's campground or cabin development, but it is all on Crown land, and so there are limitations. One of the biggest limitations is the somewhat murky world of guidelines and regulations about development out there. So as we state here, clear guidelines that cover the types of tours and businesses that are acceptable on Crown land, how that business can be accessed, and a list and order of related approvals and a realistic timeframe of approval process would assist in attracting development and decrease risk to investors. Currently, when speaking with Alberta Environment and Parks around potential tourism development, there actually are no rules against. And they want to make that clear. There are no rules against it. But the rules are so convoluted and time consuming that we haven't seen any new development on Crown land in over 15 years. And there's a reason for that. And clear guidelines with appropriate timelines would help that and reduce the risk, because everything's about risk for investors. There needs to be more land use partnerships between industry, that is oil, gas, forestry, and agriculture, municipalities, recreation, and conservation stakeholders. End use planning after industry development, like abandoned oil gas leases as campgrounds or logging roads convert to trails, can aid in providing efficient, lower cost recreation infrastructure while reducing the need to utilize undeveloped land. I think Baseline Mountain is a fantastic example of West Fraser working with the Baseline Mountain Biking Club to, they actually did logging over the last 2 years on there, and some of the roads they had to build in order to access the trees, they've now turned over to the mountain biking club to use as trails. It's a great example of way those kind of partnerships can work and promote activity, recreation activity and tourism at the same time. Current legislation and regulations do not meet the management needs of increasing recreation activity on all Crown lands. Legislation could provide more effective management of Crown land while establishing guidelines for local trail recreation development and maintenance, and create a financial model that could provide a sustainable support for these activities. Since 2008, the financial crash of 2008, parks and Crown land tourism has grown steadily, and COVID-19 just mushed that all together and really brought up. We're seeing it this winter as well. Huge amount of activity, increased activity on Crown land, but there's no model set up to make trail development at a local level sustainable. There's no model set up to allow for municipalities to work with Crown land for activity, whether it's enforcement or development. And so hopefully a financial model could be made. There are other states and provinces that have done this in the past. Alberta's been very open in allowing access, but as the land sees increased use, there has to be some framework that allows for trail development, tourism development, and enforcement all at the same time. Not all types of recreation are compatible with each other or the environment. Trails in designated districts can focus recreation activities in areas that are developed to handle those activities while reducing traffic in more environmentally sensitive areas. One of the best things about trails environmentally is the predictions are it would probably draw, just by having a well-developed trail system, can draw about 80% of traffic away from areas where we may not want people. And actually designating those areas for those activities will help that as well. Comprehensive signage and developed trailheads can be used as communication centers to educate the public regarding land conservation, wildlife, and provide options for activities in the area. Trailheads can also focus traffic into areas built for that purpose and reduce traffic in areas that cannot support that activity. Trailheads was one of the things in the trail inventory study that Central Alberta Tourism Alliance performed that really was brought up in the importance of trailheads are not only where people unload and then load back up their equipment or their horses or whatever they're using. It is also a primary area that gives a whole impression of the trail network, of the camping area, and an opportunity for education of whether it's clean up after yourself regarding wildlife risks and water risks. And we have a lot of area, a lot of people coming out here. And in my own mind, while enforcement is needed, I think education actually will play a stronger part long-term than enforcement by itself. And trailheads are the opportune place to provide that education. Communication and education throughout the entire regulatory review will be vital to and for public acceptance. Partnerships with municipalities and local stakeholders will help the province receive relevant input regarding recreational activity, industrial use, and environmental concerns. Communication about what and why decisions were made and the steps to be taken afterwards will help the public understand the rationale behind Crown land management. Honestly, nobody likes being told what to do. Having explanations around why certain areas need to be protected will go a long ways. We see that, I think, with the Bighorn Backcountry Trail system. They've had to make some difficult decisions over the years about certain trails being closed because of water conditions change or erosion change. And a lot of people get upset, but it's because they see the sign saying you don't go there, but they don't understand the why those actions have been taken. And a good communication, proactive communication, hopefully, and education can really help the public understand why these things have to happen. And then finally, the province should consider, as part of the Sustainable Outdoor Recreation Plan, enhanced enforcement requirements and additional supports for emergency services for areas with higher outdoor recreational usage. We're well aware that our Crown land does take up time and resources with our regional fire group and our volunteer Rocky Mountain House Search and Rescue group. The low activity that happened in the spring meant it was reduced calls, but then that made up for July and August by itself, made up for all the quiet activity of April, May, and June. If there's a way that we can work with the province to have a sustainable model that can support some of the activities that is on technically the province's Crown land, we should be able to hopefully negotiate or create something. And that's not just for our own area, that's all up and down the eastern slopes. And in northern Alberta, they're facing the same thing. And so those are the key points that we as administration have heard from discussions and was communicated with Environment and Parks. And if you have any comments or additions that you'd like to make.
As I recall, I believe our intent was to follow up with a formal letter from council with regard to these key points. At least that was my understanding. The only other thing I would add to that is being able to identify and create cost recovery systems for emergency responses, including water rescue. That's one. I know that there was other thoughts and observations and ideas that our council identified during that meeting. I know also that Councillor Duncan started to put some of that together, which I'm quite confident we could forward and share so that it could be put into a formal letter. Other comments from other council members? I see Councillor Lang.
Yeah, the cost recovery was something I was going to bring up, that I think if the province can partner with us somehow for cost recovery, it's not, I believe, fair for Clearwater County to be taking on the full responsibility for Crown lands when probably the majority of what happens out there is not due to our own residents. So it might be too late. I'm just wondering if that website for this survey can be put in our county highlights, or is it not going to meet the deadline? This link for the survey?
I will say it has been shared online multiple times
Online.
to get it out to residents.
Well, we know that online isn't always the easiest for all our residents. I'm just wondering if it would make the deadline for the hard copy.
When does it close?
I think it's January 15th.
It's January 15th, the deadline. But
okay.
what we can do perhaps is to involve Michael in communications and maybe send some a Facebook contact or some Twitter out there.
I know, it's just the internet connection that I'm getting at. So anyways, that's all right. Thank you.
Well, as long as we're making it available for folks, I think that that's a great first step, obviously. Councillor Swanson.
I would like something to be said. I know in our conversation with AP, we did mention the fact that about tire size, and we should be specific about that. And that is that we would support, and I'm going to look to you, Councillor Duncan, in that kind of a wording on how that would go. And the other thing is, I know a lot of people out west use, and I'm going to go specifically for my hunters, they use an app called iHunter, which helps identify the WMU areas and that kind of thing. And I don't know if there's a trail app that coordinates, and maybe Jerry, that is through the Central Alberta Trails group that you're with too. So, because to me, the trail identification through an app, and whether it be a Q code or, because I know the iHunter doesn't necessarily run on the, like you can go out of service and it still works. So, you know, that kind of thing. So that's that particular app. So if you want to make a comment on that afterwards, but I'll look to Councillor Duncan in regards to the size of the tires.
Councillor Duncan.
Yes, I just would build on your app. I know that Mr. Pratt and I both have over the years been assailed many times about the need for better mapping out there. The issue that's impeding that right now is that these trails are not designated. We do have good maps for the Bighorn public land use zones, and those maps are available online. There's apps that you can download them on, et cetera, and they work quite well. Those types of apps allow you to have the map with you without having phone access, right? It's downloaded to your phone. So they work well in the backcountry where service may not be that well. So those options are out there. We just need to move to some way of designating these trails to make sure they work. With respect to the tires and even the noise by some of these machines, yes, Mr. Bruja did say that he would like to hear from us on that as well. That's not a new issue. It's been out there in the public. There's been attempts made at this in the past. It's just never really gone anywhere, and it's probably time to engage as well. But I think Alberta Environment Parks is looking for more than just them as being supporting this initiative to bring it back into the mainstream again. I think I know it's a detail. It's not a high level aspect of of what they're looking for in rec management, but I think it's a detail that they are looking for to get some more traction, so to speak, on the issue as well. So. I do appreciate what you've done here to really, shorten this up and make it more succinct. It's just these discussions always end up being big philosophical discussions, and with lots of information, it's hard to be succinct on these topics because there's so many variations and so much data that's out there.
I have a tendency to agree that I believe we'll probably have to give more detail just to get clarity and understanding. And I think that'll add to the value of our input back to the province. Perhaps Councillor Duncan wanted to expand on that.
You're absolutely right. I think what we're doing here is just making sure they're aware that we're aware that there isn't anything they haven't heard already that we're bringing forward here. They've heard that numerous times over the past, even during the Bighorn backcountry deliberations that occurred a couple of years ago. But it is good to to have them there. And I think, I'm hoping that this is only the start of what further negotiation or not negotiation, but further consultations that do happen as they develop their plans here. Not unlike our own process, I'm hoping that there's a draft plan comes forward and we'll be able to comment on that as well at some point in their movement forward with the recreational management in the West Country here.
From my perspective, you know, the fact that they're reaching out and having the conversations is a healthy good start to collaboration. So I think that's great. Are there other comments or questions with regard to this subject matter for the staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. I would suggest that the recommendation is going to be that council reviews and accepts the information as presented and directs admin to draft a formal letter for the appropriate agencies. Councillor Lang? Those in favor? That's carried 7-0. Thank you again for your efforts, and again, Mr. Reyes, we're looking forward to many more meetings where we get to share ideas. Okay. That brings us up to 7.1, recovery of taxes under corporate services. Ms. Sherhan.
Morning, Reeve, Council. So this agenda item is probably my least favorite in front of Council this morning. We have a list of 5 properties that have been on their arrears list for 2 or more years that will be coming up for auction this spring. We're asking that council set reserve bids for these properties, keeping in mind the goal of the auction itself and the arrears list of recovering the taxes owed on these 5 properties. We've had 2 different appraisal companies come and appraise the properties. One for the residential properties and one for the non-residential property. And the values listed there is the market value that the evaluation has stated for these properties. And while keeping in mind we want to be fair to the owner of the property, the sale of the property would go towards paying the taxes off and then the balance going to the registered landowner.
Are there any questions for Ms. Sherhan with regard to these properties and the appraised values? All right, seeing none. The first staff recommendation is that council sets the reserve bids for auction as you see presented. Councillor Duncan? You would make that motion? Okay, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. The second recommendation is that council sets the following terms and conditions that apply to the sale of each property, and there's a list of how that would be, I guess, the terms and conditions as stated. Looking for somebody to make that motion. I'll make that motion. That is Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0.
Thank
and
you.
I can certainly appreciate that it is your least favorite job. It is our least favorite job as well.
Yes.
Councillor Duncan?
In the case of these properties going for sale, if one is, or if none of the reserve bids are met, what happens then?
Then they go back on the arrears list and the process starts over. So there's certain steps that have to be met throughout the year. And so we start over on the third year list of tasks to be done. So one of them's to advertise them in the Gazette, and has to be so many weeks before the auction and that sort of thing, and contacting the landowners. And I mean, we are in contact with them anyway, but
at some point, ultimately, the county then would become the owner of these properties, even if they're not sold, right?
Well,
Or are they in limbo, or?
we can, that is something that we can initiate. We haven't done that in the recent past, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Lougheed?
I guess I just had one question. As these properties keep rolling over for bid each year, is there fees attached to them for the assessment for the work that's been put in and the added value that the county has placed into this process?
Yes.
Is that accounted for?
Yes, so all of the fees and, I guess all the fees associated with registering the land, appraising the land, all of that gets added to the account and accumulates with penalty.
Okay, it looks like we've got that covered off. Thank you again.
Thank you.
The next item is 7.2, request letter of support for broadband grant application. Thank you again, Ms. Horan. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. Administration's received a request from Missing Link Internet for a letter of support with respect to their upcoming application under the Universal Broadband Fund. This will represent the second such request that Clearwater County has received. Administration has drafted a letter very similar to that provided to the first requester, and a copy of the letter from Missing Link making the request, as well as the draft letter, are attached to the agenda item.
Right, any questions or comments? If none, we're looking for a motion with regard to staff recommendation. Okay. Councillor Duncan moves. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you. I did note that I signed off the other letter for the other company today, I believe it was, or yesterday, one of those days. So it is done. So the next item is 7.3, broadband project update.
Good morning, Reeve and council. Staff recommendations that the council receives a broadband project update for information as presented. So I'll just get right into it. The background of what we've submitted for, or will be submitting shortly, hopefully tonight actually, or by this afternoon, is the UBS submission for the January 15th deadline. The submission is for the CRTC and Telecommunications updated grant, backbone fiber to Nordegg. With, we updated it a bit to include as much as we can in that area that's underserved for fiber to the home. But we would bring, at that time, the process would be, we would bring it back. We would hopefully, if we win the grant, we would bring it back to council for approval to go forward with that. That was suggested actually by the UBF that we apply in that way because of the way the backbone's built. So we take heed on what they say. Then the next UBF submission for February 15th is grants to be applied for core backbone project and fiber to the home solution in its entirety for the whole project that we've put forward. And again, the process will be, we will apply, If we win the grants, we will bring them back for council for approval on that. So that's sort of the UBF situation. It's ever-changing. You know, it's very short timelines, so over the holidays, things have changed even since I've submitted this report, so it changes rapidly, to say the least. We're working on the open access policy draft to bring to the next council meeting for draft review. We want to review the draft on the 26th, so that then we can take it out to the ISPs and RSPs to get their feedback and input on, and we're looking forward to doing that. It's very close to submission. I'm hoping it's done by, I want it to be done by Friday, so I've got lots of time to bring it out. The next thing is, the building. So at the council workshop for November 17th, 2020, administration was asked to review the Emergency Services North Building for the main POP site, costs and design. Administration will bring cost and design back January 26th, 2021 to the council meeting as a request for decision. So that's coming forward. It was very, very difficult to get costing and stuff over the holidays, but it's starting to come in. Actually, it's flooded this week, so. We've ordered materials. We've ordered 350 kilometers of industry standard quality fiber optic cable to supply the approved backbone project. We received very favorable pricing in response to our tender. The delivery time is 12 weeks. We found that most of the respondents were far beyond 12 weeks. So some of them were maybe a little bit better costs, but they were over 20 weeks out. So it was getting into construction season in Alberta. I think that's a priority also. I've added a little bit more here if you want to go on verbally, if that's okay.
No, you go ahead.
With council. The Farrier project is going well. We've finished the main fiber. We still have to do the historic site, but we won't be able to do that till the spring because of the way they want it plowed in. And the power is actually going in starting today in the main POP and Farrier, so that's really good news. As of this morning, the contract with IBI and the contract with ONETs have, ONET is in the process of being sent to the letter, and so is, to the lawyer, not the letter, and so is the IBI contract too. Wireless interim for Nordegg, we're getting the detailed engineering on that, and we're also looking for alternatives for obviously to cost savings on that too. Optoelectronics have been purchased for the Farrier project, 4 to 6 weeks delivery. And good news, this has been such a long thing, the CTI grant, as it's a very, very long road, has been moved up to the management's desk. So that's one step, and I think the next step is it goes to the, not the director, I forget the terminology, but anyways, the next guy up that'll approve it. Business plan is in process. Don't have a detailed timeline on it, but it's in process. I did get a little bit of a response back from Starlink as of yesterday. They're asked that the residents, if they're interested for consumers in the area, to go to the starlink.com website and register, and that would identify location that they would like to activate. So that's limited news, but they tell you to go to the website, fill it out, and they'll get back to you. And maybe the more in the area would bring more interest. Any questions? Thank you.
All right, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. Question on the application here relative to the line to Nordegg. Previously we talked about perhaps extension there to go as far as the Bighorn. But there are residents, of course, along the way, before Nordegg and at Nordegg. So does your application apply for all of those or some of those? What does it apply?
The grant is mostly for the core backbone to it, and just as the preliminary one that we did back in the beginning of 2020, it sort of has to follow that scope for this submission. So we really tried to narrow it down to that, or to keep it to the same grant application that we applied to for the CRTC, and not sort of add to it, because then it puts it over the $5 million limit quite quickly. So we sort of had to play within those lines. As we do build out, obviously we would put manholes and stuff out in front of those areas so that ISPs could build to those. So we would, if we're going by a road or a company or a business, we would put a manhole out so that fiber could be enabled later on through ISPs or anybody else's. Does that answer your question, Councillor Van?
Yeah, I believe it does. You've held it within the 5 million target, so clearly that is one of the constraints. Supplementary here. You mentioned the main backbone fiber and 350 kilometers. What kind of price are you getting on that, and what optoelectronics have been ordered so far?
Okay, so Councillor Vandermeer, we purchased 350 kilometers of industry standard quality fiber optic cable. So we went with good quality Corning centers and we got it for $2.92 per meter, which is typically, I think the last program we paid around, well, because it was a smaller program, we paid around $4.50. So I think we did really, really well on the cost. And the timeline is a big thing.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Thank you. On that, yes, I recognize $2.92 is a tremendously good price.
Yeah.
And that would be the same type of backbone that we've installed, so it could carry four tubes and 144.
The fiber itself is 144. The conduit is a separate order that I'll be putting. Actually, I put out on Monday for the conduit, and that's the 4-to-1 tubes for the microducts that you're talking about.
So conduit has to be added to the.
Yes, conduit has to be added to that.
292. Thank you.
And then that went out Monday, and that tender closes on the 29th at 2 o'clock. Sorry, Councillor Vandermeer, the equipment. The equipment that we've purchased so far is for the optoelectronics for the Farrier, to light up Farrier. The base stuff, we still have more to follow, but we've got the stuff that's 4 to 6 weeks out, and it's Calyx system, which is one of our network operations company that we did is their forte, and it's quite a popular product for this, and it's very very flexible, and that's really what it's really known for in its quality. And I don't have a price for you on that, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Hoven?
I've got a few questions.
Sure.
First of all, is there an update on the beta test that we were doing out in Farrier with the fiber to the home and the wireless solution for the trailer park?
No, there's not an update yet. We are still planning it. We're actually, I believe we have a meeting tomorrow morning in regards to that. And and then talking with IBI, the engineering firm, to start the planning for which sort of section we're gonna do in the Ferrier area. Like, we're trying to find one that's sort of a mix of, there's houses far back from the road and close, because it's such a, it's very terrain in there to do fiber, to say the least. So we're trying to sort of find the sweet spot in there, which is a little more difficult than we thought.
Okay. The contract with the IBI and ONET, what are those contracts in relation to?
The IBI is the engineering for the core backbone project. And the ONET one is just for the Ferrier project for the management of the network. And it's not for, we'll put another tender, or sorry, an RFP out for the whole entire core backbone project later on. But this is just the preliminary one for just Ferrier.
Okay, on to Nordegg then. With the grant application for the fiber to Nordegg.
Yeah.
And the temporary solution going forward, do we have any idea when we will receive word from UBF? So we could cancel the temporary solution before we spend any money on it?
Exactly. My thoughts exactly. I would think, and this is not federal government logic, this is just normal people logic. I would think they would give it before the February 15th awards, because I think it would confuse things.
Okay.
I would hope that would be it. And the one thing being said, if we go forward with the interim Nordegg solution, is if we go through the planning and stuff, and we did win that, we can still we'd still be putting towers up anyway along that route. We could just maybe downsize the size of the towers that we were doing and use those in the future for cellular companies and stuff. They could attach onto it and maybe boost those. So the wireless solution is actually in the core backbone thing for Nordegg. There's some, so we would try to keep those towers that we do for the microwave in the same locations, so that if the interim solution doesn't go through, or that in a couple of years we could just strip the microwave off and have the fiber up there, we could still use those towers for cellular devices or other ISPs that would like to catch those little areas, like example, Misty Mountain or something like that.
Okay.
So that's sort of the plan, to sort of keep as flexible as we can. It's a catch-22, this one. It's so tight of a timeline.
Supplemental?
Yes. Cam, I know you guys have been busy down there. Do you have any plans for what to do when we get the fiber or the microwave, the temporary line to Nordegg?
Oh, absolutely. The intent is we would build, we're obviously gonna put a tower in the town.
Okay.
We don't even know the specific spot. I would think probably our fire station area, that land, we own quite a lot of land there, probably in that area. And we would put in like an LTE solution so that anybody in that area could attach to it at considerably better speeds than what's provided up there. So
Would we be the ISP in that situation, or would we be looking for someone to
we would
manage
be,
that?
I prefer we look for somebody, and have ONET, obviously, wholesale it or deal with them directly. If nobody comes to the table and says, no, sorry, Clearwater County, then we would have to look at us being the ISP, and then we would probably come back to council and ask if that's, appropriate to go forward.
And then my final question is the UBF submission for February the 15th. You had said the grants to be applied for the core backbone project and the fiber to the home solution in its entirety.
Yeah.
Could you give a little more explanation on that? Because I don't believe there's a motion for a fiber to the home solution.
No, there isn't, but we were told that for the fiber to the home solution is the only way that grant really is produced. So what the intent is for us to do the submission as administration. And if we win the solution for a section of it, we would bring it forward to council for you to review and vote on whether we would accept it or not.
Okay.
So that's sort of where we're filling it in, but for us just to ask for the core backbone to the UBF, there's no interest in that for the UBF, so it would have, all that work wouldn't have been for anything.
Well, my only concern with that is
Yes.
it could look like we're committing to a bigger project that has not been, approved by this council.
Yeah.
Or we have not gone out to the public and informed them and asked for their opinions on it also.
That's fair. Murray, sorry.
Mr. Hagan?
Just a couple of points of clarification. Mr. McDonald's referred to the UBF being focused primarily on the fiber to the home solution. Nordeg would be the exception to that. They do allow for a transport perspective on that one. That's why we were able to take the application we'd already done for the CRTC grant and essentially copy and paste it into the UBF without dealing with the fiber to the home situation there. Beyond that, and particularly for the entire project, we do have direction to have the engineers expand on the entire backbone to allow us conceptual design, assuming fiber to the home, although we recognize we do not have approval from council yet to carry that out. So we need that conceptual design. It's a bit of cart before the horse scenario. We need that conceptual design in order to apply for the grant. And depending on our success on that, as Mr. McDonald stated, if we're successful, we'll bring it back to council, that information for council to make a decision if the project was going to be modified to include fiber to the home at that time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, follow up on what we've just been talking about in the application for Nordeg. Firstly, why would it not make sense, or would it not make sense, is maybe the way to question that, to include fiber to the home or premise in Nordeg as part of this application if anytime you're applying to the UBF, since they have a requirement to have fiber to the premise included, would it not strengthen your application to fiber up Nordeg at this time?
So my answer to that, Councillor Vandermeer, is the very first one that for the January 15th is that it is a core backbone. It's a transport layer that we can apply for, so that's what we're applying for. For the February 15th, we are applying for the whole solution as the fiber to the home. So we're not just forgetting about Nordeg, it's just moving down to the February 15th application, so as to not try and cloud it up and give us enough time to actually apply for the one in January.
And, okay.
Supplemental?
Supplemental. And relative to the fiber to premises and residents across the county, is it possible to do that in one chunk, or would that also be chunked at $5 million increments, recognizing that it's very unlikely that this fund could handle a county-wide application in one shot?
No.
Perhaps you have some additional information after having chatted with the folks in charge of the grants.
Yeah, I think we could probably talk to them about that, but I believe that anything on the February 15th is not the $5 million scale, and everything in the January 15th is the $5 million scale. That's where I go.
Okay. Councillor Hoven.
Is the February 15th still the rapid response, or is that only January?
Just January.
Okay,
Rapid response is just January 15th, which is this Friday.
Thank you.
It's my understanding that the rapid response, if we're successful, has to be completed by the end of November.
By the end of November, November 21st, if I believe it's correct. So we really have to be careful on what we promise in that one under the $5 million. So that's where we were a little not conservative, but we just followed the rules and said, it's a transport layer, we'll do the transport.
Ensuring we don't bite off more than we can accomplish and
Yeah,
chew.
because that's quite a lot of work, but we're looking at alternatives to go north, or, so, sorry, north, go west.
The other north.
Yeah, the other north.
That's very good. My question is, given the 3-month wait period for the core backbone fiber, and that we do know that we will be doing at least the beta area in Ferrier, do we need to be considering, I'll call it mid-mile and final mile, high-quality standard cable, and order that at least now?
We will be ordering enough to do the Ferrier beta test area, which is very limited. Not limited, I think it's under, well, today it's 7 kilometers, tomorrow could be 11. We're changing the
Reconfiguring.
And some of the technologies we're trying. There's another couple new technologies that are very interesting too that are out, so they may save some money. So we're going to order that. Most of them have that type of length in stock. It's the bigger orders like this that they don't, and I know there's going to be quite a run on larger fibers. So that's what we're looking at ordering. That we're hopefully to have everything here. I would like, I live in a dream world sometimes, everything April 1st or May 1st here, and the conduit here so that we can start shovel ready as fast as possible.
Well,
sometimes with COVID, you never know. It's just the.
All right, I know we've got quite a plethora of information, and I appreciate all the work that you and your team, Mr. Hagan and Mr. McDonald are trying to accomplish, and the tight timelines. And I do very much appreciate, as does our council, the updates, because I think it helps build confidence.
Oh, absolutely, and I think in the long run, I think we should look at some more updates. Not every 2 weeks, I think you get sick of me, but maybe once a month or something.
Yeah, perhaps it's something similar to what we do with our CAO and Public Works report. Might be something, it's a key project. I see Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, and hopefully it's something that we can wrap this up with.
Yeah, I think so. Just kind of a final thing, because we will be looking at a communications plan, and we may have motions coming out of that later today, but recognizing that some of these projects that we've talked about, whether it's all of Ferrier, Wilderness Village, Crimson area, or a project that we looked at down towards Racinas, from Rocky to Racinas, or any other area of that size that's a $5 million project. If we were to present a motion to do a $5 million project, fiber to the premise, soon, could you get the materials? Reeve Laird has mentioned, the intermediate size cable and the fiber to the premise. I'm assuming that would have to be ordered quite quickly if we're going to do that size of a program in 2021, starting in the end of April or May the 1st through November.
Well, the approved project that we're going forward to is the core backbone. The $5 million limitation, is that with the UBF? So we would have to create a new plan to apply for the UBF by Friday? Is that where I'm going with this?
No, I'm not expecting by Friday. I'm thinking about something for February, but I know it's part of a broader scheme. But the related, what I'm talking about is a program component that is in that size range, similar to the one that we had proposed going to Racinas. That would take a fair amount of fiber. And one of my motions that is kind of outstanding at this point in time is to purchase some fiber and opto electronics that would accommodate that. So that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Now, you've bought some small amount of that end-use fiber and opto.
No, we haven't yet.
Counselor Swanson?
Later, after this doesn't fall in this particular agenda item, is my opinion.
It is an update on project overall, and this question will
So-
help us in our discussion later on,
So-
because Mr. McDonald may not be at that discussion later on. That's the reason for my
I
question.
anticipate that we will have opportunity then.
Okay.
So if we leave it till then, I think that'll be an opportunity, and thank you for that, Counselor Swanson. I think we can follow through with that as well and wrap that up for now. And what I'm looking for is a staff recommendation with regard to receiving our broadband project update for information as presented. Oh, thank you. That is, Counselor Lougheed has moved that. Those in favor? That is 7-0. Once again, thank you for your update, and we'll look forward to getting these quite periodically now. Thank you. It is 11:55. Would a half-hour, 30-minute lunch be suffice for the council? Okay, we'll plan to be back at 12:30. Okay, well, it is 12:32 and we're returning back from a lunch recess. And we're up to 8.1, Rural Municipalities of Alberta Board Governance Review Survey. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So this agenda is before council, entitled Rural Municipalities of Alberta, the Board Governance Review Survey. The staff recommendation that council complete the Rural Municipalities of Alberta Board Governance Review Survey, either individually or as a whole. The RMA has established governance practice of striking a Board Governance Review Committee in the 4th year of a municipal council's term with a mandate to undertake an association governance review. The review culminates in the committee providing a report to the membership with recommendations to be voted on by the membership at the spring convention of the election year. To facilitate this practice, the RMA has formed a Board Governance Review Committee comprised of 1 representative from each RMA district and a non-voting chairperson. The committee is as follows. The chair, Bob Bars. District 1, Robin Kaput. District 2, Bruce Beattie. District 3, Kelly Vandenberg. District 4, Leanne Beaupre. District 5, Jean Harvick. The committee has recently met to organize with plans to undertake their review in January and February and present a report to the membership at the RMA convention this March 16th and 17th. Member feedback is an essential component to the review, and to enable input, the online survey has been developed based on the following governance themes: membership, board structure, board roles and responsibilities, board election processes, member input, and board compensation. Attached is a PDF version of the survey for review and consideration. The committee has asked that the survey responses be completed by municipal councils as a whole, although individual input is appreciated as well. Should individual councillors wish to complete the survey, a section is provided at the beginning of the survey to differentiate if the response of the municipality as a group response or individual response. Thank you, Reeve Laird.
All right, so I guess the first question is, do we want to do this individually or as a council position? What are your wishes? Councillor Duncan?
Well, just following on RMA's recommendations, I would suggest a council one. I can remember, previous councils doing this, and we just took the 5 or 10 minutes and just had the administration lead us through each question and try to, efficiently get it done and on the road. I think the deadline for this is actually before our next council meeting though, so.
Okay.
We would be committed to today, basically, if that's the case.
I would have a tendency to agree, but looking forward to hearing other councillors' perspectives. Councillor Swanson?
I guess I look to past councillors if that's the case. I mean, as a new councillor, I'm fine with just putting in a submission as a council together, so as what you suggested, Councillor Duncan.
Councillor Hoven?
I was gonna just agree. Let's just quickly go over it
Okay.
together. I think, yeah, let's bring up any concerns we have and send it on. I don't know if we have to answer every question over the next thing, but just if anyone has any concerns.
Councillor Lang? Councillor Lougheed and Councillor Vandermeer?
Sure, I
Both?
would agree with that.
Okay, then we've got a way forward. We're gonna do this as a council position. And that would take us to 1.1. If staff would like to walk us through, we'll answer as we can.
So to keep consistent with the survey, I am starting on question number 3. The first 2 were answers council as a whole in Clearwater County. I've already filled those in. Question 3, Is there a need to consider changes to RMA membership eligibility to accommodate for changes to types of municipalities, local government structures, past and upcoming, that should be addressed in the RMA's definition of full membership? And that membership definition is attached.
And that's question 1.1. To help you, Alana, I see you're trying to keep up. It's all good. Any thoughts on need for change? Seeing none, we'll go to the next question.
Okay, thank you. Is there a need to consider changes to the RMA's membership base? What changes should be considered?
Councillor Duncan.
I don't know if staff would know the answer, but there must be a legal, not anybody could join it to be an associate member of RMA. That would be defined in RMA's bylaws as opposed to anything the MGA would decide. I don't know if, could we, Clearwater County, put in a request that all our local businesses are allowed to order their whatchamacallits through the RMA, like that, just for buying power? Like there must be a limit to that, and it's defined in their bylaws. So I think unless we see a need to change that.
If I may add to that, Councillor, and the other thing I was reading into this question is non-voting member. You can invite in associate members who are non-voting. And I remember a couple years ago at the RMA, when there was the discussion of AUMA and RMA, is this a question that's kind of behind that, where an associate member could become a voting member? And if that resonates, then there would be a change, because that's within their membership base. Otherwise, it's two entities.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, thanks for summarizing that, Mr. Emmons. I believe we do need to keep the rural component, or the rural presence and perspective of RMA. We see numerous differences being raised between our urban neighbors and rural communities. So I think the current structure is correct.
Okay, I think that we could reaffirm that we're not only happy with the current structure, but we see it as a value to show rural perspectives. 1.3.
Does the current district structure and boundaries properly represent RMA's full members? If not, how could they be changed?
I don't believe there is anything that needs changed. Any other thoughts, Councillor Hoban?
There's one thing that's annoyed me for years. On the map they give us in their booklet every year at the convention, they have Ponoka County in the district to the north of us, not in Central District, and I think it's very important that they fix their map and have Ponoka County in the Central District. It's about time we did something positive.
Okay, pet peeves today. And I appreciate that. I didn't intend for it to sound inappropriate. And that's okay. So it's good to just let them know that it's something we noted.
There is a difference between ASBs and RMA for Central Zone. It's the counties are different. We go farther north in ASBs, and there's some, our ASBs include some of the ones in the south, counties in the south that are actually in the South District, but it's not an aside. I don't think it really affects the way RMA runs or ASBs run.
Okay. Councillor Lang.
I guess further to what Councillor Duncan has said, I was just wondering if there is any benefit to making the two identical. But you'd said that you didn't see.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. One of the big differences is special areas. They are in our ASBs, and you know, they're way far east and a lot of them are way far south, but, I don't know. No, I don't think so. It's, you know, it's a, borders are borders, right? There's always gonna be a reason why the border should be here or there. We've, you know, gone through that with lots of other things before as well. It would require significant changes, I guess. I'm just maybe not sure it's worth the effort at this point.
Supplemental?
I think if we did make them same, it would probably open up a can of worms, because you find that with the PAMs, these different areas, and community futures. Yeah, it would be good if they were all the same, but they're all just slightly different.
Ask if they could join Clearwater County. There's no end to border change. So,
I think we've got an answer for that one. And just a reminder about accuracy of mapping.
I made note of that.
2.1?
Okay, just got to catch up in the survey. Does the current board composition and size, 1 president, 1 vice, 5 district directors, adequately represent the full voting membership?
It looks like it, yeah, we're all just doing thumbs up over here.
Okay.
2.2.
Is the geographic area and number of municipalities represented by board directors appropriate?
Yeah. It looks like it. 2.3.
Is geographically based board representation the ideal structure? If not, what alternative structures should be considered?
Any thoughts or considerations? We seem to be happy with that as well. 2.4.
Should there be a position on the board for a municipal administrator representative?
Councillor Hoven.
I'd like to ask admin if they think there's a need for a municipal administrator representative.
I personally do not believe so. The RMA, Rural Municipalities of Alberta, this is truly governance. And the role of administration is to administer council's governance, and this is definitely at the political level. I do not believe that it would be appropriate for administration to occupy especially a voting seat. I think that could be cumbersome on many different levels.
Thank you. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. I would concur with CAO Emmons' comments and just also advise council that from my perspective, I believe that Clearwater County, and I think it speaks for all of the members of RMA, administration has a very effective and good relationship, working relationship with the administration of RMA. And I would anticipate that if any concerns came up, we would have an avenue to flow them up to the board through their administration. So I'd have no concerns as it currently is.
Well, and I assume that they can reach out to ARMA at any given time as well. 3.1.
Sorry, council, just got to catch up on the program. In your view, should the role of the RMA board be changed or modified?
I don't believe so. I think we're content with what it is right now. 3.2.
Are board members currently accountable to the membership overall and their districts?
Any? We believe so. I have a feeling that most board members being governance are not wallflowers.
If not, how could accountability be improved?
Yeah, well, I think we've got that one covered. 4.1.
Should there be a term limit on how long a board member, be it director, vice president, or president, can be on the RMA board for? If yes, please specify.
Your thoughts?
I think some kind of a limit would be appropriate. 3 is an absolute maximum. And the question is, should it be 2?
Okay. Counselor Duncan?
I would say no. I think those are very busy, dedicated positions, and there are not many people that can fill those. I think that and I would just give the case of Al Camry, like an individual like that is rare to come around that would stay in that position for that long and do such a fine job. I think I think we need to take advantage of someone like that. And also, all these people are also, it's a 2-year term, and there's an election every 2 years in your district for those members, and every 2 years for a term of president or vice president. So there's an opportunity for membership to review that. And there's an opportunity at the local level that they may not get elected at their next municipal election either. So for me, there's enough constraints in place already.
Counselor Hoven, and then I'm going to Counselor Lang.
I just want to concur with everything Counselor Duncan said. I don't think it's necessary.
Counselor Lang?
I want to concur with Councillor Duncan as well. I know Al Camry popped into my mind, and when you have an individual that does an outstanding job, I like to keep them.
Just to comment on that, that is a 3-term individual, 6 years, I believe. And I agree, he did a terrific job, that was appropriate.
Sounds like the majority is saying, oh, Counselor Hoven.
I was just going to say Al served as president for 3 years.
No, 3 terms.
3 terms.
3 terms,
So
and then he
6
was
years.
a rep. How long before that? Because if you start doing term limits, it takes a year to be a district rep to learn kind of what's going on. And then 1 term to be vice president, then you're down
That's
to
true.
1 term as president. Whereas I'm hoping that if you get a good president, he or she will stick in that position, getting the contacts, learning the ropes. I think to put a term limit on any position would be, tying our hands behind our backs.
So no change at this point then is what the majority is saying. Okay? That would take us down to 4.3, is the election process appropriate? Counselor Hoven?
My only thoughts on this is I think the election process is very appropriate when you're meeting in person. If we're in a situation where due to COVID restrictions, we're going to be doing more online, I would really like to see them review that and have it a little more organized than trying to herd everyone back into a Zoom call for a vote. I think if electronic conferences are the future, they need to get a much better process for it.
Well, it sounds like we could make those comments. They seem, to me, it seemed a little bit bumpy or clunky through the virtual process, and that could have something to do with the technology as well. So there's perhaps some room for further growth and evolution there. Other thoughts on that, or Councillor Duncan?
The process has always been a little bit clunky because it's not every district that has an election at each RMA convention. And also I remember the one we went to, there were a couple of people running, and it was just a show of hands in the room. There wasn't even a secret ballot. It was a little bit hard or embarrassing for some people. I mean, because you knew both candidates, right? And you had to vote for one. So it was, but everybody they asked the question before. Anyway, it is a clunky process. I agree that a review of that, and I think if you direct it, like you say, toward virtual conferences, I think they will probably come up with something that works in both situations, and it would probably be a better process in the end.
Which leads into the next question of should there be a nomination deadline in advance of the fall convention, AGM required use of returning officer? Thoughts? Councillor Duncan?
I would think there should be a nomination deadline. There has been nominations come from the floor, and that's tough to make a choice on the floor. So I'm okay with the nomination deadline. I'm not sure why we would need a returning officer unless it's I'm not thinking of the same kind of returning officer that we have. It's not I don't think you need the whole process, but because people are sending out their intentions by email before, in a lot of cases, in some cases, it's a last minute thing on the floor, but I guess I don't fully understand what the role of a returning officer would be here, because the process itself is not, run as an election, right? It's more like a nomination.
Right.
Approval sort of thing.
Councillor Hoven.
Maybe the returning officer is just a phrase they're using to show it has to be more organized, and it would have to be added to someone's job position at RMA to ensure that the process is followed for each district and for the vice president and the president, more than the show up in a room and who's running, right?
Something more formal.
Yeah. So maybe we should say that they do need to review their elections.
Sounds appropriate. It then says what suggested improvements for that process if we're asking them to. I would think that review it and then you will have some guidance from what your findings are. Councillor Duncan?
Oh, just left.
Okay, Mr. Emmons?
For clarification, Reeve Laird, answering, should there be a nomination deadline in advance of the fall convention requiring the use of a returning officer? I've written in, yes. However, we don't fully understand the need for a returning officer.
Yeah. All right, that brings us up to 5.1. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Please suggest any improvement to the RMA's board election process.
I think you're still on 4 point something. Oh, sorry. So 4.5, any suggestions? That it requires a review? Councillor Hoven?
I would not say that I have any complaints with their process, but because of what we saw earlier in the year with the clunkiness of the election, I think they need to do a review, see how it went, and then come back with recommendations. As to what would work best for RMA, I don't know. But I think they should investigate it.
Okay. There, now that I had gotten ahead of us, now we can try 5.1.
Please provide any input on the effectiveness of the resolution process used to seek overall membership direction.
Councillor Duncan, you participate actively in this process, and personally, I have seen it as being very efficient so far. Perhaps you've got some perspectives to add.
I think you're right, it's efficient and effective to get overall membership direction. I just struggle sometimes with, the numbers of resolutions and the, probably the standard, or holding it to that provincial level as opposed to a local problem. I guess over the years and maybe more on the ASB side as opposed to the RMA, I've just become a little disillusioned with the resolution. It's not the way we do it, but just how it really doesn't do any good back at the lobby level when RMA directors and president, vice president go to the province for meetings. Is that the way to, are they achieving anything? There's so much, often there's not much of a response back from government, and you don't really have any other options other than just keep submitting your resolutions back to them or because they haven't answered it fully. But So it's, like I say, I think it's effective for us to get the issues out there, but I'm not sure, is it worth all that trouble? Because I'm not sure I've seen a lot of results there. I think the RMA board is pretty in touch with members anyway, that a resolution, I guess, formalizes it, but they're always aware of a lot of the problems anyway beforehand, or they're at the forefront of, personal proposals put forward by counties to the RMA, or problems put forward as well as the resolution process.
So what I heard was effective and an efficient process, the outcome and effect is the challenging part at the
Yes.
government level. I'm going to go to Councillor Hoven and then over to Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
For the resolution process, when we're up in Edmonton, probably 80% of the votes are 80% to 20% in favor. I wish they could do some kind of a vetting in advance of the conference. So any of these, I'm going to say a simple resolution that everyone's in favor of gets approved very, very quickly. So the more controversial questions, the ones that require more thought and more debate, can be given more time at that session. I don't know if they could send the resolutions out for, the ones that would automatically be passed with a simple vote, and then resolutions that require further debate at the conference. Because there are some complex issues that we're deciding on there, and the person has 2 minutes to explain a very complex issue. I don't think that's fair to the complex ones.
Okay. That's something they're asking for input, so we can document some of these thoughts. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, and then I'm going to come to Councillor Lang and then Duncan.
Yeah, just to support what Councillor Duncan has said about, the numbers. Firstly, there are far too many resolutions to think that they could be meaningful, and to even, I guess, separate them when bringing the stories to government. Too many of them are too locally focused, as mentioned. But very simply, we have to reduce the number of them if we're going to be effective at all. To get a big stack of resolution, I can't help but think that they're lost in file 13 almost before the votes are done, or as soon as they can be compiled and sent someplace, they're in file 13. So there's this desire to support everyone's needs, real or perceived, and that's a worthy thing. But if you're going to be impactful, as this organization is set up to be an effective lobby organization, if you're going to be an effective lobby organization, you've got to prioritize and select your high impact items and stay away from all of the fluff that goes with these resolutions.
Okay, Councillor Lang.
Yeah, what I was going to say is along the lines of Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Too many resolutions, but the ones that are local, I don't think that's the place for them to be. But also, I was just going to say something regarding what Councillor Hoven had said about keeping the sort of the simple ones, maybe a different process. I have found, and I'm just trying to think of an example and I couldn't, but there have been times when something comes forward that you think is simple, and then once the dialogue starts, it's not as simple as what I thought it was going to be, so that's sometimes hard to tell.
Councillor Duncan.
So there are a couple things that has been done with the resolution process to try and make it more efficient. And one is that if there is no one speaking in opposition to it, then it immediately goes to the vote. So there's no summation by the people there that are presenting that one brought forward. I do agree that on the complex ones, they probably need more than the 2 minutes or 4 minutes combined to present it. The way around that one is the background material they provide. Hopefully that, clarifies it for people. But I do certainly agree that if there was fewer resolutions, they could spend more time presenting. And I think I'd be willing to say that perhaps we should just, a maximum of 5 resolutions per district, per convention as a suggestion, or 4, and then allow for emergent resolutions. And that takes it down. If it was 4, it would be 20 resolutions at most, which is still a fair package, right?
That's a very deep.
Coming out, so, but it does to get away from those conventions where there's 44 of them there too. So anyway, that was I think that's a good idea that we need to, and that's been long recognized that we need quality resolutions. There's been steps taken to make them better resolutions with writing, training sessions and that sort of thing. The review that we do, the committee I sit on does before each resolution comes even to our central zone to make sure it's supposed to be provincial in nature. We're supposed to comment on that. You're right, some of them do get through that are clearly not, it's similar to the bullpen sessions where somebody can ask a question that's, my neighbor got charged double taxes and you're asking that to the Premier of Alberta sort of thing. And just, anyway, a suggestion. Anyway, I think that's one solution forward is to limit the number of resolutions and make the process more efficient.
Okay. That provides some input, and hopefully you were able to capture some of those thoughts as we were chatting about them. Councillor Hoven.
Something that Deputy Vandermeer had said about how effective are these resolutions? If there's 50 resolutions, it's a shotgun approach and nothing's going to be accomplished. Is there a scorecard where we can look at how effective RMA has been in bringing these resolutions forward to the government?
For prioritizing them, we have a process for that?
No, but is there, I'm going to say a report card.
There is a report card.
Okay, Councillor
How
Duncan.
often do they send it out?
It should come out once a year with, and for ASB, when I was in that process on the provincial level, we did, when the resolutions came to us, we sent them on to the ministries, they sent their answer back, we said, you didn't answer the question or you did, but we did a report card and sent it back to every ASB on each resolution saying this is the answer we got, we don't accept that answer, or we do accept that answer. RMA does it not quite that detailed, but they do provide a bit of a report card. It comes to us in the resolutions every year.
Because I know I've seen that once, twice, but considering this is my, our 4th year on council, there have been 6 RMAs that have gone on. I'm very sure I haven't seen it in an email for 6 times.
I can't remember how it comes. We'd have to look into that. You're right, I think that's sometimes a function of the number of resolutions that go out there. And I know Gerald Rhodes has commented on, we're still waiting for an answer from a number of these, and sometimes the feds, it takes them 6 months or more to answer a resolution, right? And you go by an entire convention and have not heard back yet from some of those people. So.
Thank you.
I almost wonder if it would be beneficial to be able to track these, have some sort of a table where we're tracking resolutions, and have it. Right, but kind of a quick reference table that you can look at and go, okay, these are the current ones. And I think that would reduce the duplication as well as we're going forward. Councillor Swanson.
I believe that when they give their report card, it's a verbal at the RMA convention. And so it would be a suggestion to maybe put that on their website, the RMA website, where the resolutions are in regards to that scorecard. And then that way, any of the members can go look at that particular point in time versus another communications. If it's there, it's available for anybody.
I think that brings us up into 5.2.
Please share your views on the potential role of the committees comprised of RMA members. Consider aspects such as composition, scope, time commitments, purpose, and cost.
Any thoughts on anything different than we're already doing? Councillor Duncan.
I'm not exactly sure if they're referring to just all the committees that the directors and
sit on, or if they're also referring to some of the ad hoc, maybe both, some of the ad hoc committees they form from time to time to investigate a certain problem or something like that, whether that's the assessment review or police costs or something like that. So I think I'm okay with what they're doing now. Like, they've taken on a lot. Like, they all sit on, you know, besides their council committees, these guys are on another 20 committees each, right? They're out there for various provincial boards, like, you know, the Recycling Council of Alberta and all those provincial boards that are out there. So one of the members of RMA sits on the Ag Service Provincial Committee. You know, they're there at that point too. So I guess I'm okay with them taking on as much as they think they can handle. If they're not being effective, I think they have to review those. I guess I would put it simply as that RMA should review their list of committee appointments when appropriate and you know, make decisions on whether they're gonna continue to take part in each of those committees, because there's gotta be some there that haven't met for several years and et cetera, that you might as well strike them from your list, so.
I think that's an appropriate suggestion. 5.3.
What role do you believe municipal staff should play in providing the RMA with specialized advice?
Sounds like a bit of a loaded question. Councillor Duncan.
Again, I would just say this would be at RMA's discretion. There are individuals out there, for example, a CAO that was an executive in an oil company before. Those guys were used extensively in some of the assessment reviews and things. Again, I would leave it to RMA's discretion, but they are certainly aware of the breadth and depth of municipal staff, and they can be of service and should be used when needed appropriately.
At the risk of putting you on the spot, Mr. Emmons, do you see a comment we should be considering from the administrative perspective with regard to that?
Respectfully,
Okay.
Laird and Council, through the RMA, I was one of 3 bridge engineers that was sitting on a provincial committee to analyze alternative structures that function very well. I would also suggest that administration is heavily involved through the process, because we're with you at the start. When council identifies issues and we do the background work and create the resolutions and bring it back to governance for review and comment and ensure it represents the concerns expressed, we are heavily engaged. Then it goes forward at the governance level. So I think we have an appropriate level, and as Mr. Hagan identified earlier, many different avenues to have hopefully very relevant input at any given time in the process. So I'm not concerned in this.
Okay. So that brings us to 5.4.
Sorry, Laird, typing and talking. Please share your view on the relationship between RMA and the districts. Does this relationship need to be more clearly defined?
I'm seeing that most of us believe that it's adequate at the moment.
Okay. Do you believe that district meetings could be more focused on providing the RMA with member input on issues?
I've read it and reread it a couple times, and at this point, I don't think that we think it's adequate at this point.
It's really only the resolution process that gives you that, unless there's a speaker there, which is
you know, the speakers that come are hopefully timely topics, right? That there are issues, you bring in somebody from municipal affairs or something to talk about ICFs, if that's the catchword of the day, but I think we generally struggle to find enough topics for an RMA.
Councillor Swanson?
I would agree with you in regards to, as well as they bring in legal to talk about specific questions as well and different focus. And I think over the years, they've ran out of news and they're starting to recycle again. And that's okay, because that means there's new people at these meetings anyway, so that need that. So it's okay for a refresher for some, but it's also good for the new ones. So I think the topics are now being recycled.
Okay. That brings us up to 6.1.
Please provide any comments or suggestions related to RMA board compensation.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
In reading that, I just recognize that I don't understand the compensation very well. But it seems that it's adequate because we still have members showing up there. So if it's working, I don't want to mess with it.
Other comments? It looks like that's a thumbs up from the group. We're up to 7.1.
Please provide any other input or comments you believe will be helpful to the RMA Board Governance Review Committee.
Is there anything additionally we'd like to comment on? Does not look like we have any at the moment. I might suggest that what we've seen to date, while I still consider myself a newbie, as it were, older end of the newbie part now, clearly, I've been very impressed with the professionalism, the business model, and the formality of taking the lobby efforts to wherever they were needed to be taken, from what I could tell. And that's my observation. But I think that they continue to evolve. I think they've continued to provide good services to our municipality at various levels. And while this is a great opportunity to get feedback back to them, what I've seen, I think it's good to put that positive remark that we've seen a good board work well for us. Any other thoughts on the lines of that? All right, that brings us to the end of the survey. So we've provided that information. I don't know that we need to provide a motion to that effect.
If you don't mind, Reeve Laird, that would be great. I did fill it out and read it back to council as we went through, so it's submitted and done, but I think it would be good to finalize it.
Okay, looking for a motion to forward our submission as a council, and that we've approved it. And looking to Councillor Swanson. Those in favor? That is carried, 7-0. That brings us up to 9.1, the CAO report.
Thank you, council. The CAO report for January 12th, 2021. Item number 1, there is potential opportunity for municipal officials and representatives to meet with the interim Minister of Municipal Affairs during the 2021 Spring Rural Municipalities of Alberta Convention, March 15th to the 17th. Administration submitted a request to the Minister's office and will receive a reply on the meeting schedule sometime in February. Administration asks that council identify 2 or 3 specific policy items or issues for discussion with the minister in that proposed meeting. And Reeve Laird, we can either try and come up with them now, or council can email myself and CC Tracy Lynn, and we can send out a priority list at that time too, whichever council prefers.
I think given that we've got quite a full agenda today, it might be wise if we email them along to you. I think that's an efficient way to spend our time. So we will email you our priority items we'd like to discuss.
Thank you. Item 2, Mountain View County is virtually hosting the District 2 RMA online meeting Friday, February 5th, starting at 10 a.m. Item number 3, the 2020 municipal law seminars offered by Brownlee take place online February 11th and the 18th. Reynolds Mirth law seminars are scheduled on February 7th and the 21st. However, it is yet to be confirmed if they are virtual or in person. And additionally, item number 4, administration is asking for a motion from council to cancel the January 18th strategic planning session. Administration is looking to the April strategic planning session and has topics and needs more time to prepare those items.
So just on point number 3, can we just have councillors email Tracy, Lynn, and Alana and let them know who's interested in which legal seminars? That should streamline that process. And then we're looking for a motion to cancel the January 18th, 21 Strat Plan meeting. Councillor Hoven, you would make that motion?
I would make that motion.
Okay. Those in favor? That's carried 7-0. All right. That brings us up to the Public Works report. Always a pleasure to see you, Mr. Magnus.
Thank you, same.
Are there any questions for the Public Works with regard to the report that you have before you? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Just a comment, it is a very comprehensive report. It's a great way to start the new year. Reporting is just a little higher standard than it was in the previous year. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's a very nice way to start the year with a feather in your cap. Other comments or questions? Councillor Lang.
Mr. Emmons, I just wanted to clarify that strat plan, you're looking at moving it to April, what day in April was that?
I would have to check the planning, but it's already booked. There is a strategic planning session in April, and I would have to just check that date, Councillor Lang.
I was quickly looking to see if I had them.
I don't have it.
Okay, sorry, don't have them at the moment, but I'm sure we'll be sent a meeting invite. Are there any questions for Mr. Magnus? Yes, there is from Councillor Lougheed.
Just one more. Usually about this time of year, we receive a lagoon summer report from the town. I just wondered if we had received any of that.
The reports come in, I believe, every 3 months. We received the one in December, so it was attached on your December 8th, I believe,
thank you.
Director's report or Public Works report.
Any other questions or comments? Well, it was such a thorough report. We've got very limited comments or questions. So that allows us then to move on to councillor reports. We'll start with Councillor Duncan.
Thank you.
Council will be happy to know that there will be one resolution at the CMRA conference on February 5th, so concerning some marijuana growing, so look forward to that one. Otherwise, I have no other details on the conference, but our ASB will have a one-day virtual conference this year as well on January 21st, and Councilor Lougheed and myself will be attending. We have a number of resolutions there we haven't gone through yet, but we will be debating those and voting. At that one, only 2 votes per ASB, so we typically meet beforehand as a ASB and decide how we're gonna vote on those resolutions. That's all I have.
Very well. Councillor Lougheed?
And I would have nothing to report.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Nothing to report, thank you.
Councillor Lang?
Nothing.
Councillor Hoven?
Nothing to report.
And Councillor Swanson?
Nothing to report.
And I am quite content to say I have nothing to report at this point. It's been, as you can tell, we've had a little bit of a respite over the Christmas and New Year's break. So that should conclude that. We have our councillor remuneration as attached as part of 9.4. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Just going back to Councillor Lang's previous question, I just got notification, it was booked in the calendar for April 19th. The 19th.
So our next strategic planning session, as stated, is April 19th of '21. So I anticipate we will get a meeting invite, so it'll be on our calendars. So I'm looking for someone to motion to accept the reports as presented. Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That then takes us to correspondence. 10.1. Mr. Emmons, did you want to walk us through correspondence?
Be glad to, Reeve Laird. So we received on December 2nd a letter. I'm sorry, I'm getting pop-ups and it's blocking my screen. Dear Mayor Burke and Reeve Laird, thank you to your communities for hosting the participants of the 2019 Alberta Master Games. Congratulations on combining a major multi-sport event with the social aspect of your concert series every evening. The 2019 Alberta Master Games provided considerable benefits and lasting legacies for the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County. These included facility upgrades, community building, augmented local hosting capacity for future events, enhanced volunteer skills, and enhanced community pride. I'm pleased to share with you a copy of the 2019 Alberta Master Games Economic Impact and Event Report commissioned to assess the economic impact and participation satisfaction of this pilot project. This comprehensive review highlights the impacts of the games to your communities. The efforts of your communities and those of the volunteers made the 2019 Alberta Master Games a truly memorable event. Signed by Minister here.
Go ahead.
And that report is attached for council's review.
It is quite comprehensive. It's a
Yes.
52-page report. I see Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I just want to let council know that I did reach out to Mr. McCrindle in regards to this, because he did forward it to me as well. And because the Master Games has not quite wrapped up, I've asked him to come to council to address the wrap-up at a future date. They're hoping here by May, June timeline. And then maybe he can address council's questions in regards to this economic impact and event review. Understand that this was something that the committee did not ask for. This is something through the ministerial it's for their information as far as the effectiveness. And so Alberta Sports, which is no longer, they're the ones that commissioned the ACMA Consulting in order to do this. So that's all I can give you as far as information.
Do we have an anticipated timeline that Mr. McCrindle would be looking at coming to our council?
It will be May, June timeline.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, Councillor Swanson, I was just wondering, in the bottom line conclusion there, I read that, and I was wondering if you'd have any comments on that, because it says, although the current model of delivery would be sustainable under existing funding formula, with some minor modifications, it should be possible to deliver future editions of the AMG to achieve greater community impacts at lower direct cost. Were there things that you had observed or that you think they're referring to in that statement?
Not that we're putting you on the spot or anything.
That's okay.
Councillor Swanson.
I would suggest that because that would be good to address to Mr. McCrindle, because he would have the final numbers and present to you that and give those observations at that time. Understand that there was more gifts in kind than actual cash that was received for that summer. So that was presented because he had given us a bit of a cue that year in that regards to budget. And so they had to do quite a bit of significant budget adjustment midsummer with that. But pleasantly surprised with as indicated, like the concert turnouts, even though the weather wasn't cooperative. Just those kind of things that were, and of course the truck sales and the casino grant, all had come through. The casino grant took almost 18 months to get that process because we were of where we were in queue that summer. So that's part of the reason why things haven't wrapped up. He would have liked to have wrapped them up last year, but it's taken this long. And so again, he has said that he would come to council May, June and do a final presentation with that.
Other questions or comments? I guess my comment is to you, Councillor Swanson. And I thank you. It is not lost on any of our council the countless hours and dedication that you personally put into this initiative. Thank you for supporting this initiative and continuing to follow it through to its end. Your dedication to this is much commendable. Thank you again. Councillor Swanson.
I just thank you very much, but I think this has given this community an opportunity to look at the possibilities of being a sport tourism area, and the grants that were awarded to both the town and the county and this as well, to do the improvements and spotlight a bunch of future events in regards to triathlon, the canoeing, kayaking, into things really not recreation that we're used to. Given those particular sport events a real highlight, and given our community and those particular groups, not just hockey or soccer or football, it's those other areas of which the kids got an opportunity to have a look at and what adults actively participate in. So I'm very happy with how things have gone on. And I appreciate the support of this council and the support that this council has given to the games. Unitedly, if we've done as collaborating municipalities, we have we spotlighted this area very well for the rest of Alberta.
I couldn't agree more. That brings us up to 10.2.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So we received correspondence from the town of Rocky Mount House. Dear Reeve Laird, regarding Clearwater County's request to meet with the Honorable Nixon, MLA for Rocky, Rimby, and Sundre, to discuss Rocky Airport. Town Council reviewed Clearwater County's request for a meeting with the Honorable Minister Nixon, MLA for Rimby Rocky Mountain House, Sundre, for the purpose of having a discussion regarding the Rocky Airport and the Airport Commission at the December 15th regular Town Council meeting. Thank you for extending the offer. However, the town has been contacted by the province regarding the airport, and the province has expressed this is a matter in the purview of the municipalities. Town Council has expressed, however, a willingness to meet with the Honorable Jason Nixon in Clearwater County in the new year regarding any regional items with provincial interests. Signed, Mayor Burke.
I actually have a question with regard to the town it says has been contacted, by whom? And how would they know to contact the town unless the town had reached out to the province and then to whom? So I'm more curious as to whom did they talk to and how would the other department, provincial department, know to call them?
My assumption, Reeve Laird, is this is a response to the county's request to meet with the province and Rocky Mountain House. Beyond that, I'm unaware of any other details behind this letter.
Yeah, no, I appreciated it. It is a curious question. Councillor Lang?
I did watch one of the town's council meetings, and if it was the right one, my understanding is that the town reached out to someone from Alberta Transportation, but I may be wrong about that. But that was my recollection.
Thank you for that clarification. The other inaccuracy here is that there is no provincial interest here, and I would argue that the province, for them to have the tanker base, this would be a strategic location and a strategic airport. So they're kind of contradictory paragraphs. That being said, it is being sent to us, and we just accept it in the spirit it was sent. So 10.3.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So this is a letter dated December 3rd from Alberta Transportation regarding the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program, the Local Road Bridge Program. Thank you for your letter of November 27th, 2020 regarding grant funding for the bridge files 78229, 7787, and 8142 under the Local Road Bridge component of the Strategic Transportation Infrastructure Program. Your proposed projects have been entered into our grants database, and a copy has been forwarded to our central office for assessment and review. Clearwater County will be notified once your projects have been evaluated. Please submit any updated project estimates to our office to update our records. Signed, Danette Leask.
Any questions or comments with regard to that? I see that we have Mr. Magnus here. Looks like you're getting off very good today. Thank you for being available. That brings us up to 10.4.
Did you want to at least let them know the locations?
Oh, yes.
Administration's quite comfortable, but is council interested in knowing where these three files are at?
Well, it would save me having to look them up on the maps, so that might be faster, so we'd appreciate that. Or at least I would.
Yep. So the very first one, 78229, that is on the Tungo Road over the Blackstone River.
That's the through truss.
Yep, correct. You are correct. Bridge file 7787 is just north of Alhambra on the pavement, so it's on the Alhambra Road. And the final one, 8142, is the one located in Leslieville, just, I believe it's Lobstick Drive is what it's called, just kitty corner to the Western Star. Yeah, going down that hill.
Okay, thank you for clarification. That brings us up to 10.4 from Wild Rose School Division.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. So the letter dated December 9th, 2020, Dear Clearwater County. On behalf of Wild Rose School Division, I want to thank you for supporting the community rinks in Condor and Leslieville. It is wonderful to have this strong and cooperative relationship between Wild Rose School Division and Clearwater County. We look forward to the continued partnerships with Clearwater County. Signed, Board Chair Russell Hickman.
Any other questions with regard to that? Very good. It's nice to have acknowledgement of that cooperation. I know that it's one of those ongoing challenges to make sure that we have collaboration in all of our hamlets. So it's good to have that. Looking for a motion to accept the correspondence as presented. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Are there any notices of motion? Looks like Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
I might have some, depending on what comes out of the closed session.
Okay.
Okay?
So what I would like to suggest is that we take a minute, I'd say 10-minute break, then we'll go into our closed session. So I'll be looking for a motion to go into closed session after our 10-minute break. So it is 2:20, so at 2:40, at 2:50, we will come back and then look for that motion. Oh,
1:40.
1:40. My apologies. So we'll take a recess. All right, it's 1:49 and counting, so we're back from our recess. We've got 4 items that are in camera. Looking for a motion to go in camera. Councillor Swanson? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you. Right, it is 5:40 and we've concluded our closed in-camera session. And we anticipate having two motions coming forward, one from item number 12.3 with regard to a grant application. Councillor Swanson?
Yes. The motion will read as council will provide, council directs administration in regard to accept the 2021 Alberta Community Partnership Municipal Restructuring Component, Restructuring Study Stream Conditional Grant Agreement. We'll accept that and proceed to execute as indicated.
All those in favor? That is carried 7-0. With regard to item 12.4, I'm just looking for where I put it. We would have an additional motion coming out of 12.4. I can make that motion to direct administration to proceed with options for a CAO professional recruiter and proceed with advertising. Before we vote on that, I want to take this moment to thank Mr. Emmons for your years of dedicated service to this council and previous councils and this organization. We recognize that you are looking forward to your retirement in the coming months. There will be an announcement formally made in the next day or two with regard to that. So recognize this is all on good terms. And I wanted to make that very clear that this is a bit of a sad motion to be making, but we're also very happy for you as well when you're looking forward to dedicated years of getting yourself to a retirement that you've most certainly earned. So with that motion, if there's any other questions or comments, seeing none, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. So that marks our first council meeting of 2021. It was quite a long one. Again, we'd like to thank our administration for your continued support and your efforts. You'll find today's regular council meeting and highlights and video, they're posted on our website. And by way of reminder, our next council meeting is scheduled for January 26th of 2021. We recognize that COVID-19 continues to challenge our community, and we know that there are overwhelming challenges, and overcoming those challenges and dealing with life's unexpected events can push everything and everyone to the limit. It is important to remember that when everything around you feels like it's falling apart, you still have a voice. You can choose how you react to what is out of your control. You can make another plan or try something new. Challenges can be profound opportunities for growth and exploration and new beginnings. Even Martin Luther King Jr. said, "We can accept disappointment, but we can never lose hope." In 2021, we hope it will provide ample opportunities, good choices, and always continued hope. Please take appropriate precautions to remain safe. That is our best wishes for a 2021 for our community. I'm looking for somebody to adjourn our meeting. It looked like we're all in a hurry to get out of here. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried 7-0.